was over the back seat. I told her to get her to the hospital because she was in respiratory failure. You wouldn't leave, bitch. You didn't help my granddaughter. You know who I'm talking about. The cops know. It was on video. But they won't touch you for some odd reason. They won't touch him for some odd reason. Either you left with him and Karina and then she was done in, or you took Karina somewhere and you had it done. This is where my granddaughter stood last, Kokomo. Right here. Right here in Kokomo, Indiana. She vanished in a car with a female, Paige Shirley. The police know all this. They will not act. They will not react. They won't do. And it's a shame. It's a total shame.
You're standing at the exact spot, like right over here. Right in front of
Okay, well, we're going to release a balloon for Karina again.
I tied mine up to the bush.
And hopefully, it won't go towards the reservoir.
Hopefully, it don't land on the car's window.
Or go up in the tree. All right. But anyway, Karina, this is for you. Grandma remembers you. You have a new baby brother. His name's Raleigh. Raleigh McClurkin. You'll never get to see him, Karina. You have a niece, Caitlin Lee. You'll never get to know. Because some dumbasses had to take you out for no reason. This is for you, baby girl.
I know I said it last night's video, but...
Okay, I'm going to end the video. If you see something, say something. If you know something, say something. Contact KPD.
Oh, wait, the car's going by it. Careful, Gary, the other way. It didn't go up. Dang it, man.
So I tied mine to the tree.
Stay right there.
This is exactly where I made that promise to her, and I will see to it she makes a home. Well, oops, I think the audio got leaked along with a bunch of other dispatch calls to Pima County, Arizona, where Nancy Guthrie case is going on. With that being said, oops, I am that Michael Phillips Alexander Zable Jr. that called in, and you wonder why you were dragged back and the charges were put back on a known multi-state cartel involved, decades long, violent gang member, a veterano at that. So, oops, now that the cat's out of the bag, did I do that? Give me a second. In case he wants to show up. But yes, and we're going to get down to why I did just that. Give me a second. I'm looking up a few things. I'm trying to look at my slides real quick. Add some done. Give me a second. I'm looking through things. We're going to get to why I did that, and we're going to start with Cinecaster. Hi. Hope you're having a good evening. We're going to get into this case right here. Remember what I was talking about, Julie Melvin? We one of the first ones and helped keep the crime scene pictures being leaked. Judy Hathaway is one of her longtime girls' role that moved into Buzzards, which now there's two different mascots. And if anybody has not realized yet, I'm sitting out in a garage carport out in the middle of the country. So if you hear crickets, if you hear cicadas in the background, I'm enjoying the cool into summer weather. It's not too hot, not too cold. So I'm enjoying outside. So if you hear that, I know somebody was like, hey, you should have said something to people ahead of time. But we're going to get back into this. And Chris, well, I'm usually darker and I'm usually deeper. But some attacks, I've got some orbital nose. Yeah, I have some orbital socket, the bone structure right there. I took a lead pipe. Thanks for speaking out for Delphi, Karina McClurkin, the 404, the Logansport 7 that were murdered. You stick up and you stand up and speak out for missing and murder cases, you'll have individuals wanting to physically attack you, even want you dead. So I'm usually talking deeper. I usually have a deeper voice, but it's just easier on my nasal and my nasal area. Just kind of let it come out natural. So I usually have a deeper voice and I can still talk deep. It just kind of hurts that bone right there on the left side of your upper lip is about midway broken. So it's kind of just easier just to let the nasal sound come out. So I do have a deeper voice. I usually talk in a deeper voice, but the reverberation kind of hurts right there on that bone right up on my nose, about halfway over my left side, all the way over. It hurts if I keep doing it with voice. It just reverbs and I just let it come out nasally. So that's why I'm Chris Griffin, I guess. But we're going to get into some meat and potatoes. Pima County, somehow, a bunch of either 911 or dispatch calls have been leaked. And one of them I made, letting it be known that Alexander Zable Jr. is a multi state, violent, veterano, Nortino, and Curato, longtime cartel involved gang member. He's praised about no means yes, rapes. I got a slut for an ex-wife. He's calls women sluts. They're nothing but him and his gang members' sex toys, both them and children. Praising him and his gang's sex trafficking, human trafficking, gun trafficking. You get the idea. For years, him and his friends have praised each other, including up in 2025, where Nortinos attacked a little kid's birthday party where about 100 participants were there for a child's birthday. Rebel gang members, whatever it may be, it's a children's birthday party turned into a mass murder by Alexander Zabel and his Nortinos. Nortinos and Sortinos is Southerners Southern California, about around Bakersfield, up is Nortino. This is where you have some individuals like KJB, aka Streets of Bakersfield, Kate, aka Shaboogies, Nortino members. They're longtime close friends and associated with the same gang that Alexander Zabel runs with, is a veteran a member of. And when I speak about gangs, and one thing I'm going to bring up is Ryan Ebler. This last live, I brought up 3 recent cases here in Indiana where it's the same thing, just like the child's birthday party over in California. Alexander, one of the shot callers from the Nortino, Ferrato gangs, pretty much working besides the right beside the cartel, Ryan Ebler here in Indiana. This is off Ryan Ebler's own Facebook page. And I want you to keep in mind, at the beginning of this video, you heard Jerry McClurkin talking about her granddaughter, Karina McClurkin, 2 weeks into her 18th birthday. I've now got the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which even they classify 2 weeks into your 18th birthday when you went missing and murdered. You never got to see your adult life. You were still a child, just turned 18, never even got to see what the adult life was about. So, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children also backs and demands justice for sex trafficked victims like Karina McClurkin, who was sexually trafficked by Gabriel Ellis to a firefighter at station number 4 there in Kokomo, Indiana. That firefighter paid to do what he did more than once, and Karina's mother did not realize it at the time, but I was wired when I met with her and over a dozen, almost 2 dozen, patched motorcycle club members. And I want you to keep this in mind. Both sides of Karina's family, longtime deep roots in the motorcycle club, both sides involved with the cartel drug ring. Ryan Ebler, there was a judge and wife shooting there in Lafayette, Tippecanoe County, then followed up with Ryan Ebler getting out of jail early, and Ryan Ebler helped Gabriel Ellis, the Delphi girls, the real other killers, Karina McClurkin's sexual trafficker and murderers, that did a blood oath, took a blood oath, and became brothers and sisters of their little kindred and gang. They used Karina as how Blaine Nelson even admits that's how they became blood brothers and sisters, taking a blood oath of silence on them trafficking and murdered Karina McClurkin. Blaine Nelson actually admits he was there. But here we go when it comes to, and I want you to look up the Almighty Gang Network out of Chicago and Michigan. With this being said, you'll see it's a network of gangs all under the Almighty Gang Family Network. Almighty Vice Lords, Almighty Latin Kings, Almighty King Nation. So when you're hearing Princess, Prince, King, Queen, it's all under the Almighty Network. So I've seen some of you have already been asking, why am I seeing Princess like Giggles and Princess this, Princess that, Prince or Queen and King when it comes to gang affiliations? I've seen that on Reddit. I've seen that on Discord, X, so many people asking, why am I saying the name Princess like Dirty Diana? Now married to a cartel drug dealer that's sitting in prison, Ricky Davis. She's doing this Savage, and then Princess. That's another thing. Savage. It's going back to this almighty gang network, back to the cartel. So Diana doing Savage within her name, it's going back to this gang network. The same gang network, like Tally Joe French, caught in what? 2018 raids? Cartel? Along with Kyle Stacy. Blaine Nelson actually admitted just that. I'll get what's coming to me for speaking up on Karina McClurkin, Abigail Williams, Liberty German, for children. And one child that never even got to see her 18th birthday, to see what adult life had for her. Her own decisions. She wanted to get sober. She was addicted to hard drugs for being a family mule. Her mother's side of the family, the father's side, let it be all known. Audio, video, and writ, where she was being used as a drug mule by her mother's side of the family and their cartel dealing friends. That's how that little girl got addicted. There's ones where you see Brittany, Renee, aka Brittany Nicole. You'll see her in Prop and other traps. It's Jenny Croom's niece. Same one, back into the same gang network. Ryan Ebler got out of jail early and chose to chase his ex-girlfriend down, murder her, lit her house on fire, and ran back up here. And on his way back up here in her stolen vehicle, he got in a wreck by Kentucky State Troopers and KSP. If you don't know or haven't heard, look them up. They've got a good track record. Either they'll wreck you, they'll pit you, they'll take your tires out. You're not out chasing the Kentucky State Police. They've got a pretty good track record, and he found out the hard way. He's a crisp critter sitting on the side of the road. Nice and crispy, just like he deserves. And I hope to God he's burning in hell. Because he helped cover up Karina McClurkin's Delphi double homicide, Jeremy Patterson, 96 days after Delphi, 404. Logan's part, the fires, that arson. Got a mother and her 3 kids, a stepfather, his daughter, all were killed in that fire. Daniel Height, the father of those 3 children, found dead over in Florida hours later. He was killed. But I want you to keep in mind, we're going to get back to Thomas Moss and the judge and wife shooting. But that almighty gang network, I want you to look right here on Amy Singlis' chest. The diamond, the almighty. This is Michael Greer, her boyfriend. Her and her friends chose to torture, stab, beat, burn alive. Have you noticed Ryan Adler? Killed and finished off his ex-girlfriend using what? Fire? Amy Singles, her friends, same family of gangs, did this to her boyfriend, burned him alive. This is the remains where that burned vehicle was found. He went missing out of Shelbyville, Indiana. This is all in the same about 30, 60-day time frame. You guys are probably asking me, where am I going to go with this? It's multiple. And it's a serial killing network. Over 300 cases here in Indiana. One of the most recent, Nevaeh McKinney, missing out of Kokomo. The same Kokomo Police Department that just recently had a Kokomo police officer arrested and charged for raping and molesting a 14-year-old on duty in uniform in his squad vehicle. Not once, not twice, but over an extended period of time. Just like Kokomo police officer Keith Evans, I showed in the last live, stealing narcotics, high on duty, buying and stealing off of drug busts, buying off the same dealers. He'd bust one day, go back and buy off them the next day. Now, this is where things get interesting when it comes to Karina McClurkin, the gangs, motorcycle clubs, back to the cartel behind that little girl's sexual trafficking, turned targeted, missing, and murdered case. Mind you, when I stopped to help this little girl, I always wondered in the back of my head, something didn't seem right. It's got an option of Speedway right in front of us. Just not even a quarter of a block right in front of us. Speedway on Markland and Washington was sitting right there in Kokomo. Light, warmth, security. You can go in a bathroom, lock that door, nobody's getting to you. I'll make damn sure of that. I even told her that. Why did she not want to go to a secure, warm location where, if need be, go lock herself in the bathroom? I'd rather call, text, wait for a ride. Well, come to find out that little girl had a warrant for theft, of all things. A warrant for theft. Her grandmother said it was for a shirt she stole from Kohl's. That little girl was afraid to go in warmth and safety of a location, all over having a warrant for theft. Now, her brothers, the same time Karina McClurkin, on the father's side, Keaton McClurkin, had a warrant before she went missing. He rolled after he got busted, and multiple thousands worth of drugs and money was confiscated in the raid. He had a warrant for his arrest for dealing meth under Gabriel Ellis and that cartel network. Just like her mother and her sister on the mother's side. Both sides chose, like Paige Turley on the mother's side, the ex-girlfriend of her sister, longtime friends on the family side of the mother. They chose to hide and protect Paige Turley, the one that came picked her up, and falsified on record that Karina never had her cell phone. So her texting and calling to her phone was almost dead for hours on end, begging for one of them to pick up a phone. If I had a family member constantly calling me or texting me, begging me for help on a ride, I would have picked up that phone. And I have Jerry McClurkin, before they ever started changing their story, said I looked back, I had missed calls from her, missed texts from her. She was upset. If I knew she needed help, I knew she needed somebody to come pick her up, And if I could hear my phone, I would have came in a heartbeat. Paige Shirley sold her out, knowing her family, debts to Gabe and that cartel network. Blaine Nelson admitted that him, Gabe Ellis, Tyler Joe French, Kyle Stacy, Raw Partners, Josh Evelyn, Megan Allen, they all worked under Mike Jones in that 2018 cartel network. Here's Tyler Joe French. I want you to keep an eye. The almighty Biswords, the BL over his heart. Hmm. This is the Phantom Motorcycle Club. The judge and wife shooting. Hold on. And the other female, one of her friends, look on her chest. Notice the diamond, the almighty. Yet on her chest, the same diamond and the almighty on Amy. On Michael Greer, his missing and murdered case, found dead. We're going to get into the judge and wife shooting. Lafayette. And you're going to be asking yourself, what am I getting at here? Like I've said someone recently on X, Alexander Zabel Jr., the gang, back to the cartel network, motorcycle clubs. He became close friends with a lot of the individuals involved in more than one missing murder case. Same gang affiliations, family of gangs. They're associated with each other. They're family. He chose to attack victims, their families, that his fellow gang members, cartel members, chose to do. But we're going to get at something here. Let you read this. Kind of gives you an idea if you haven't heard about it yet. I'm going to kind of speed through this because you can watch news feeds that tells you everything about this. But look on his page. Long live King Nation, the Almighty, family of gangs, openly praising each other. Crystal Daly, remember the same one? Sierra Daly's cousin? If I asked her, did Sierra Daly, the underage girlfriend of Gabriel Ellis, did she go with Gabriel Ellis and his gang, cartel members, when they went and did Delphi? I don't think she was. This is Ryan Ebler, one of his own posts. His fiance, mother to his son, Crystal Daly. This is just one of his pages. You think I'm lying? You can go check for yourself. Martha Daly, real close to Sierra, Ryan, that cartel, the gangs. Why? Both sides of Karina McClurkin's family are members. Cartel dealers, suppliers, kingpins, motorcycle clubs, the gangs cartel network. Both sides of her family. They can't afford the truth to be seen in this little girl's case. Their own friends and at times family chose to cover up, allow her killers to walk free while they're trying to set an innocent man up with the Indiana State Police and Kokomo PD, along with the FBI, allowing it. They knew the others involved. They knew Karina McClurkin was trafficked, missing and murdered. For the first 2 years of that little girl's case, Delphi, Jeremy Patterson, the FBI knew they had suspects in my FBI informant files targeting and causing missing and murdered cases, sexual trafficking cases. Chose to do nothing, just like they did FedEx mass shooting, the Texas, Florida, 3 mass shootings. What task force? Multiple states. Joint Terrorism Task Force. Exactly what task force? Just like Indianapolis Task Force allowed Brandon Scott Hull to not only be interviewed, cleared by them, but to rearm himself to go on and commit mass murders. How about Shabugs, aka Kate? Caitlin? Her own admissions, knowing I had cartel dealers that have actually done targeted murder hit 48 hours of threatening to slice my throat in December 2020. They threatened to slice my throat, leave me in puddles of blood in the woods like the Delphi girls if I keep snitching on their cartel and gang operation and targeted missing and murdered cases. I had Aaron Unger and Jared Perry. But Caitlin, out of California, thought it'd be a good time telling me how she dealt, how many drugs she did, and her favorite was meth. To the point, you see it. And I've got the full conversations. So you knew this right here was going on. I'd have my throat slit for speaking up to get justice for 2 little girls when her same gang cartel affiliations there in California chose to kill multiple children, over 50 children missing and murdered now, over 250 adults, all of the troubled community. And you had individuals like the AKA Meth Ice Queen, Caitlin, over in California, Shabugs, pre-consent, thinking it was a good idea talking about how much stealing you did, how I should trust you, give you everything I know on everyone I know involved. But then I seen you and your friends, like Aspen Connor, just like you, and you try to play it off as you had an alcohol problem. It sure doesn't seem like alcohol, Caitlin. Now does it? Truth hurts. And if anybody wants me to spill the whole truth and nothing but the truth, I got every email. I've got every text with Caitlin, the AK Meth Ice Queen. Remember I was talking about Jared Perry? About him and Aaron Unger? The real 2 male and female, Dave McCain, passed. They knew items he had on his person. One, they said, was binoculars. Dave McCain said it was a digital camera. Aaron and Jared said it was binoculars around his neck. Knew what he was wearing, who he was there with, who he was by name. When he passed them coming off the bridge, Jared went state witness in April 2018, just a few days after the 1-year anniversary. Why, you ask? He and 3 others, multiple others, yet again, another bridge, public area, They took 2 more people hostage just a few minutes away at yet another public area during armed robbery, and he shot a 40 caliber round at the victims. It was him that shot the 40 cal round, the same gun he used in Delphi. He used in the Prophet's part hostage taking of 2, end up shooting one of his 40 caliber rounds at the victims. I've already showed you this. Ryan Ebler, yet again. Megan Allen, the Almighty, the Diamond, right in front of so many of your eyes. And how many people had told me and laughed, like Phoenix, Luke, nobody cares what I have to say. All I'm going to show is the social media network analysis that federal, state, locals use to make with criminals. Their criminal networks use social media network analysis as a tool. Using social media, even child molesters, their networks, like the 764, Jonathan Peternell, however you say it, the lieutenant governor's business partner, preacher friend's son, only got 6 years. When Keegan Klein got over 45 plus, I guess when you're family friends, longtime close family friends and business partner with the lieutenant governor, you only get 6 years for child porn. But you notice where Megan, in a lot of her pictures, she has the Almighty, Vice Lords, the Diamonds, in so many of these pictures, right in front of so many of your eyes. And you wondered where Aspen was getting his free drugs. Help push the narrative, the stories, the truth away from the cartel, the gangs, his newfound friends, like Paige Turley. Her cartel dealing friends made sure anytime he needed drugs. It's why him, Sonny, Justice, Deb, True Crime. Remember when they had Paige Turley? They even did a GoFundMe for Gabe Ellis and his wife when his daughter died. Oh, prayers to Gabe, and how do we contact Gabe to kind of help him through this? Like, poor Gabe Ellis. He's a child killing piece of shit, but poor Gabe Ellis. We need to do a GoFundMe tonight. Aspen came up with the idea. It gets deeper than that. Right in front of everybody's eyes. Remember the Kier Hellhounds? Their little rune? And am I blind? That's dried blood on a Bowie knife that goes into a serrated blade. Clear as day, that's dried up, starting to rust on the blade. But does this look familiar? Another thing I want to bring up, Kenneth Nix. His Nix family, longtime Kokomo cartel dealing. And I want you to look back. When Deputy Kuntz was murdered. Look that case up. Dealing partners, cartel dealing partners, close friends with Gabe Ellis, Cal Stacy, every single name you know of, killed a deputy. In his trailer, there was a police officer whose stepbrother ended up committing a murder not too long after that. His badge. A longtime politician, corrupt politician, Jack Dodd, out of Kokomo, Indiana. Jeremy Dodd, his son's badge was found in Deputy Kuntz killer's trailer. Isn't it odd where kingpins, cartel members, gang members, motorcycle club members like Mr. Nix, deputy killers, all these members of these gangs, cartel networks, and you want to see his charges? Impersonating a public servant. How are cartel dealers, Gabe's right hand men and women, getting AK stolen real badges of deputies and police officers? And these same police officers, rank and file, judges, attorneys, politicians, IDOC, Indiana Department of Corrections, rank and file, a longtime cartel, the gangs that go back to the cartel, the motorcycle clubs, the ones that go back to the cartel, longtime, lifetime, close family friends, and family with these exact members. Cheryl Loeffler, I'm not at the trails on February 13th. I'm not 100% sure. And I'm going to try to go back over some of these. And I got some of you guys in here. Oh, some more of the curly brown hair, Jarek Perry of Delphi, JP. Boogies, I'm gonna have to do more slides on that because I got the old slides. But one thing I am gonna say, I'm gonna bring back. I'm going hashing back over the slides I did. I have like 8, 9 slides of this. Remember Linda Miller on the Hulu documentary? Shauna Bradfield. I want you to keep that name in the back of your head. Shauna Bradfield. It was Shauna Bradfield that introduced me to Linda. This is Linda's daughter. As you see, Linda Miller off the Hulu documentary introduced me to Aaron Unger. She was using her boyfriend's, who was incarcerated, Adam Snodgrass, Facebook page. I'm going to show you why this is very imperative and very important. And promise not to tell. You remember Becky having that book and the whole saying of promise not to tell? Yeah. I'm trying to keep up with chat. You might one thing you might see, and it might be easier to see, depending on which one you have up. I have both a vertical as well as a horizontal Facebook going. So if you're not seeing your comments showing up on one, and if you want to see these better than how it shows up on vertical, if you want to look on your phone and see the screenshots of text and everything, and pretty much look like you're reading the text via your own phone, it'd be easier going over to vertical. So I did both a horizontal and vertical. I know I've watched, I don't know how many other people's, and watching and trying to read screenshots on a horizontal screen, it shrinks it down and it's so small you can barely read. So that's why I open up both horizontal and vertical. So if you're not seeing your name, comments or anything on this, and I'm not trying to bash everybody in the AK cranks. I know a lot of people have been good, but one thing I noticed was Linda Miller, Julie Melvin, Jenny Kroom, Jolene, Jojo, Posley, and Tina Riddell, Skelly, and Richard Collins, along with a bunch of other names. The Grills Rule, Buzzards. You guys know what I'm talking about, correct? Amy. I helped put Ashley where she belongs, along with Garrett. I spent years with Ginger, Nicole Bowen's aunt and mother, gathering intel from Ashley Gar's friends with the family. What Toby doesn't want you to see is where Ashley, Garrett both go back into dozens of fellow dealers turned killers. Toby, you'll be shocked at how many killers, dealers turned killers, serial mass murderers, their family and friends, Toby Garth himself, he goes back to. Do you realize Anna Williams was longtime family friends with the Garths because they worked at the same Ag Resource Center, the Delphi DCS building? Everybody's thinking of Department of Child Services. No, it's Delphi Co-op Agricultural Services, abbreviated DCS. At one time, that old DCS building used to have ammonia tanks, feed, that sort of thing, right next to the bridge. If you look up Derek Sherman and Dustin Prater, theft of ammonia, Prince William Road and 100 South, then just a few weeks after that, they admitted when they were arrested, they were supposed to give that ammonia to somebody to manufacture meth. Now, here's a little humdinger. It's going to be hard to find. You're going to have to do Carroll County comment. COMET. Hell, I delivered that fucking paper before. Carroll County. Family used to do Indy Star, and the ones that ran her agency, where she delivered up north with Indy Star, they needed some temporary drivers during the day to deliver their paper up north. So paid family nice pretty penny to come help them do some big routes where they didn't have the hands. So yeah, I had to deliver Carroll County comment, and then I've helped with a couple other routes. So I've done that weird stuff. But Carroll County comment, what I was getting at is look up Heather Ferris, Ferris, and Gabriel Ellis, manufacturing meth, Tony Liggett responding. That was just a few weeks after Dustin Prater and Derek Sherman were arrested for ammonia theft and admitted and actually said who they were planning to give the ammonia to manufacture meth. Well, they set up a exchange where Gabriel Ellis and Heather Ferris was to get the ammonia, manufacture meth, and split the amount or price with, you can already guess how that came to be. Well, how would Derek and Dustin Prater's arrest go in Carroll County? The control operation was done Prince William Road, 100 South, Delphi, Indiana, 40 feet from the very tanks Derek and Dustin stole that from. Make this make sense. How did Gabriel Ellis and Heather Ferris get arrested by Tony Liggett in Delphi, but yet their court case was out of Miami County, held in Miami court, when it happened in Carroll County in Delphi? So I want you to keep in mind the date. Years before Delphi. Keep that date in your mind. The same time frame, another individual, Heather, not Heather, but a certain father, was why a mother, her daughter, the boyfriend, I think it was a friend of hers that was over, of the mother's, and her daughter's boyfriend were raided in the same time frame in Frankfurt. Aaron Unger, Celeste Sexton, Sexton, oh, we'll get to why DEA is not involved. It's going to blow your mind. And I'm going to speak the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But you remember why I said this cartel drug ring for decades, it's taken decades for them to get a foothold. And it took getting local, lower, like town council members that moved up and got higher up in like Republican or Democratic Party. Both sides want you fighting each other. Just like the true crime community, the law enforcement has noticed the true crime community, when it's not fighting, it's not feuding. And I'm going to tell you, as a former, almost a little over a decade FBI informant, the one thing informants are good for is sowing chaos. To get in a community, the Knights of the KKK, quadruple 4Ks, around, what was it, about the same time when Derek was doing that, Gabe was rolling on others to save their own asses. After, when all that was going on, I was taking down individuals with the FBI, like the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, the quadruple 4Ks. It became one of Indiana and Midwest, nationally starting to build biggest Klan groups. I sowed so much freaking middle school and high school drama, chaos. Hey, this person's stealing from this person. This person's taking a little bit more than they should. So I'm not going to lie to you. I was unbiased when it came to left, right, foreign terrorism. If you're a threat to my oath I took at the age of 17 to my nation, her country, her people, then by God, when you get on my radar, it's hard to get off. Ask Brad Holder. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Todd Click makes me sick. He deserves to sit where he sits. I hope to God he rots in prison. He's a major part, just like the Indianapolis Joint Terrorism Task Force and the FBI Indianapolis Field Office, G. Abbott. Todd Click is every bit as responsible as Brad Rossi and Mark Lehman. You all think this appeal is going to go well until you have Brad Rossi and Mark Lehman, longtime Kokomo residents living and working, when their wives themselves, their adult children now, that go back to Gabe Ellis, Brad Holder, third party suspects. Remember when Andrew, it wasn't Brad, it was Andrew and Matt that wanted to hit the corruption, the cartel, the drug ring? It was Brad Rossi, Nicholas McClellan, and I'm pretty sure Mark Lehman's over here. We can't afford that. There's a very good damn reason I say that. Before all their Facebook profiles, back when they were open, if you've seen how many people go back to this same cartel drug ring network, that go back to other missing and murder cases like the Richmond, are you a troll farmer? Hell no. Frank Meister, it's like, oh shit, you think I'm a freaking troll? Oh, hold on. I gotta show you something now. You think I'm a troll farm member? Did you forget, or were you not here? Do I need to kind of go back and rush through this real quick? I am far from a troll farm member. You're a sick piece of shit. You know what I think about that? Be another person's freaking flesh. You're a sick piece of shit. Why does somebody even want to bring up what's my thoughts on cannibalism? Like, what kind of immature sick piece of crap like that? I'm gonna go through and rush through these. This is 8 months leading up to the Franks memo. And I want you to tell me, am I a troll farm member? Thank you. I appreciate it. You notice I never asked for anything. I don't even have any banner up, and I'm keeping these like the important things right now that should not have a paywall, should not have any ads. It should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And justice for especially children. And yes, look up 2 years into your 18th birthday when you were murdered after being sexually trafficked, targeted, missing, and murdered. They consider that still a child. So Karina McClurkin, in my eyes, is still a child. Never even got to see her adult life. 2 weeks of that is not seeing and being an adult. You never got to make adult decisions to better your life, choose the life you had. Others made the choice for you before you were even an adult. So I don't know how anybody else feels on that, but that's how I feel there. 2 weeks into your 18th birthday, you never got to see the adult choices ahead of you. You're still a child. I'm going to hurry through these. This is going to blow you guys away. Keep note, like I said at the very first live, how many months before the Franks motion, the Delphi Franks motion, how many months was this? And before this, remember in December of that year, the defense team. And mainly, if you think about it, I never once talked to Brad Rossi. It was Andrew Baldwin and Matthew Hoffman that was doing the heavy lifting. Every physical meeting in office was at the defense team, one of their offices, with Andrew and Matthew. Then I had, oh God, I can't even count the hours of meetings face to face with Matt Hoffman. I got to know his passenger side of his freaking SUV inside and out for sitting there for hours, sitting here talking to him, kind of lounged back, kind of just going over and sitting what he needed after I was breaking down to him. You're at the farmer trial. Well, there's where I was going to get to, because there's some things I told. I'm trying to get it back into this. Right here. This is the parts where I was getting at. Remember the gang affiliations? Back to the cartel, the motorcycle clubs. What's Becky, Mike, Anna still surrounding themselves with? The motorcycle clubs, the gang affiliations they're still associating with, running around with. Am I wrong? Like I said, this is not every text. This is a good portion with, and the same names like I was bringing up to them. And one thing you start noticing, I'm going to try to get through a lot of this, not Stacy K. Steffers. That's another one. Michelle McBee. Like these names, like right there. I'm trying to go over some old stuff. So where you guys are at? Yeah, I've heard Prof. And yeah, you want to know where he got most of that stuff? And I can throw some more slides up if need be. What you're seeing right here, and if you look back to the last live where I actually went over this stuff deep, is I'm going to be honest with you. How he labeled me a troll, I'm just nothing but a troll farm. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. My PTSD makes me mentally ill, a mental retard. Yeah, he says I'm a troll farm. But how that became was I was bringing up Brooke Ball. This is actually sitting right here on Kathy Allen, Richard Allen's wife's Facebook page. And these are individuals like Brooke Ball, Anthony Negerball. It's Negerball. But if you want to see these a lot more, and I spent a lot more time on them, I'm trying to get to a few things down here. But what I was getting at is Blaine McClellan. The same gang cartel network that Blaine, another dealing partner with Derek Sherman. Many of the friends that he goes back to, like Robert T. Ives. Yeah, you realize that? You had, like I said, Dillers, long time, decades long dealers like Derek Sherman, many others, them and their families, longtime friends with elected officials, prosecutors, judges, attorneys like Robert T. Ives, and many, many more. This is decades before Delphi ever happened. Josh Johnson. I'd have to look back. And yeah, he goes after people that knows the truth. And the thing is, how he knows so much of what he does is he's pride and he's been using other people's work as his own digging, his own work product, his own AK investigation, thousands of hours of investigations. All he does is watch other people's work, and him and his friends, the same ones he calls the troll farm. If you go back, I've got a video where I'm calling Adrian, Prof, Frank, criminality, that whole the cranks, the Prof, the troll farm. It's not what people think it is. And a lot of this drama that's happening between creators, among creators, if you guys have not noticed, the doll, the people going inactive until there's something new coming in, and then they come back, but they're always in the chats or in the groups. But Prof admitted, and it's in one of my old videos in the live I did, where I played the audio recording yourselves, like where you guys could hear it. He was working like with criminality. She sent dozens of people after me, sending me nudes. Jenny Kroom, Julie, not Julie, but Jolene, aka JoJo, Jenny Kroom, like her sister. Like, you'll be shocked, like, what people would go. Showing you nudes, going, oh, you like what you see? And, oh, I'm interested. Caitlin, aka Shaboogies out of California, did the same thing. Sexualizing it just to get me interested, to get me to trust them, to give me everything you know. But this is where I did this live, where a lot of them are talking about the Kokomo crew, Gabe Ellis, a lot of the names, like, oh my God, where did the defense know, like, come to know all this? Like, how did they know? And they've been using it as their own work product, their own digging, and praise be to them. Give me your money, pay our way, buy me our gear. We're gonna take a trip to Indiana. We need airfare. We need our place where we're gonna stay. All funded by you, the people. A lot of this drama, and I'm gonna be completely blunt with you. A lot of this drama is to keep the viewers entertained. Like, it's entertainment. It's a business to them. The more content, the more views, the more participation, the more donations. Who's right? Who's wrong? Who's a troll? Who's this? Who's that? Have you noticed a lot of the fighting stops when there's new things going on? Like the appeal coming up. When the appeal happens, watch. Both sides will put the shit to rest until after. But watch, mark my words. This person will start talking to this person, and then the AK cranks are now being accused of being uniparty, which they've never broken apart from the pro-state group. They've all been kind of interacting with each other behind the scenes. What the viewers, the subs, the members don't see what's going on behind the scenes. Who's calling who's texting who's emailing each other behind scenes, who's in groups behind the scenes. That's one thing Prof, when I caught him on and I called him and others out, he was admitting, he was naming names of, we're in groups, we're all trying to come after you to get everything you know on every person you know, everything you know. And it wasn't for justice. It wasn't for victims. It wasn't to help their family. It was to draw content, make content, to say they did the digging, they did the investigating, they did the work, just like Matt Hoffman did with what I'm showing now. And oh, like go back that video I have on there. If somebody can go on and find that one, and give me a second, I got a cough. I got headphones on, it'd be loud. But if you go back and listen to that video, hear his own words. And like Kate, she was like, "Oh, if I'd lost your trust, can you trust Gambies? Gambies, do you see her anywhere on the pro defense side? No, she's on the pro state side. But at one time, they were all best friends working together with certain content creators, just like Aspen when he was on Sunny Justice and True Crime with Deb's True Crime. When they were all three like a uniparty, like on their shared platform, they brought Paige Shirley, the one that picked Karina up. You heard Jerry McClurkin, in her own words, saying, "This is who picked my daughter up." She took her to Gabe Ellis, and she's never seen again alive. I'm trying to push through these real quick instead of spending too much time on this. But it's just weird where they brought Paige Shirley up saying, "I'm a nut job. My PTSD makes me mentally unill." Then you had Criminality having Greeno and Colton Creasy, aka True Crime. What is it? True Crime with CJ or whatever. CJ True Crime or whatever the hell his inbred name was. And it's just what I was getting at is a lot of these, they've never broken apart from each other than to start drama amongst each other, and it's to keep pulling in the viewers, to keep pulling in and keeping the drama going. There's no new cases, there's no information. It's a lack of content. So you see where they buzz up the hey, I'm gonna say something bad about you, and then this and this person, this group, part of the group, band together, and it's this us versus them, and then them versus us. Let's keep our subscribers, our members, like keep coming in. Let's keep drawing the views in and the subs in. Let's keep the money going. For over 10 years, it's the same freaking story. Unless there's something new going on, there's going to be drama. It's to keep the entertainment, keep the viewers entertained, to keep coming back for more. Who's right today? Who's wrong tomorrow? Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? And I've been trying to stay out of that, but at the same time, when I have like Christine Salazar and Erica Morris, Robin Boudreau, aka the Prof, CJ, Colton Creasy, their followers, their cult-like following among each other, going my PTSD that me and my little female cousin for about 5 years ago, 5 years, mine was about 5 to about 9, 10. It was about 4.5 years why a distant, way older cousin, his brother and mother was staying with my grandmother, our grandmother. There's a room in that trailer. Thank God it was torn down. It was our hell on earth. Sodomized, beat, raped, molested. Do this to each other. That sick, sadistic shit is what my PTSD, our PTSD stems from. But to them, to draw content, even Criminality, Phoenix, Luke, All them was joining in on panels. Oh my God. When CJ and Greena was breaking down my Inside KPD 2018 video, where I'm talking about a cartel group that's already sexually trafficked one missing and murdered girl. The locals know it. They've been helping them cover that up. And they're involved with Delphi. And I'm talking to Indiana State Trooper and a Kokomo Police Department detective for the umpteenth millionth time, now with the Indiana State Trooper. And they're going to say, oh my God, see, I told you. And they're stopping, they're cropping it. And see, listen to this. And then they'd have a nice little laugh for hours, months on end. See, I told you, his PTSD makes him mentally ill. He's a fucking retard. Ha! You remember having criminality, Lena and her freaking bunch bringing on CJS, aka hunting testicles, with me with a full hat on. You remember that? It was all fun and games, now wasn't it? But it wasn't just this side or that side. They were unified on doing it. But yet each are going to say they're for victims, they're for justice, no matter who the victim, no matter what justice needs to be served, the right people behind bars. But if you're a victim speaking up on another sexually trafficked victim that was missing, turned murdered, you're mentally ill. You're a mental retard. You speak up for two more sexually assaulted little kids. There's unknown DNA. They refuse to test both inside and around, outside of those two little kids' bodies. And you tell me they weren't sexually exploited. It's Gabe's calling card. His gang's calling card. They did it in Karina. They became blood brothers and sisters doing ritual. In Karina's case, Blaine Nelson even admitted that in the live I did with him. Down to the location. 105 East Harrison. The same apartment where you seen this last live. Where yet again, and sorry if you hear howling. There's some coyotes out near us, so I don't know how loud that is. I have my headphones in. I just kind of heard that over my headphones. It sounds a little creepy. I'm sorry. They hunt, and it's about time for them to be hunting. And so I was doing this. So if you hear kind of the creepy howling in the background, I'm trying to go through some of these rehash, but if anybody's watched the other live and want me to kind of go back on some, and both uncle, then it was actually Wayne Nelson, his first cousin. This is what Matt Hoffman and Andrew Baldwin. This is why Andrew, not Brad. Brad is the one that shut it down, that refused, did not want it to be looked at, dug into, exposed, both the corruption, the attorneys, judges, elected officials, their family and friends. Back to the cartel, the drug ring. Brad Rossi could not afford it. Mark Lehman cannot afford it. Nicholas McClellan, the three that should have recused themselves off of Richard Allen's case. Why? When third parties, the cartel dealers, the criminal networks around their own family and friends, going back to multiple missing murder cases, when your own mutual friends and family among each other, going back to over a dozen missing and murder cases, both the victims and the dealers, those same names going back to you, your wives, children, other family, close family friends, cartel dealers, kingpins, proven in 2018 raids. Excuse me for speaking the truth. Mark Lehman, Brad Rossi, Nicholas McClellan, So long as either three of those are on Richard Allen's case, you will never get the truth and you will never get justice for those two little girls, Flora and every other victim, including proven with Karina. Indiana State Police and FBI allowing them, knowing she was trafficked, murdered by who? For the first 2 years of that little girl's case, I spoke up as an FBI active CI. During Delphi, the same criminal networks, same criminals involved with Karina's, other FBI known suspects for years, like Brad Holder, the 72-hour militia training him and his friends did on Ron Logan's property for the FBI to be knowing it was a safe location, a bug out location for years. Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Ron Logan, Shane Meehan, all were members of the American Patriots 3% militia. That same AP 3% put a ham radio tower up at Ron Logan's, a bug out location, and 72 hours before Delphi, Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, their fellow militia groups they invited, they were training on how to take hostages from the bridge, move them throughout the woods. And how I come to find that out and know that, I wasn't there. It was my intel that had my handler, the FBI. There was agents within that militia training for the whole 72 hours on Ron Logan's land leading up to Delphi. They were practicing, they were rehearsing how to take hostages, how to take the hostages, move them, how would you say, quietly, stealthily, learning how to, what route to take, what route not to take to go where they wanted to go. Think of it when you see military. A lot of these militia members were veterans. No, it's the fuck boys institution. We rather fuck around and we'll take care of it after the fact. 9/11. The same time frame as Delphi, Karina. Other children being exploited, missing, and murdered. Legan Asher may not have killed his sexual exploited victims, but when you're exploiting children, innocent children, their lives to get revenge on their parents wronging you and adults, for wronging you, for rolling on you, for snitching on you, for owing you money, drugs, but you're going to exploit little children's lives to get your point across. You're sick. Sick. And if anybody, I thought I put this up already. If anybody's wanting to come up, I can go over some of these kind of. I know I had somebody on the last live. I don't think they're up. And my body and me is not kind of getting along today. Give me a second. I got to get my chair coming back. I'm going to get back to these real quick. I was trying to read comments, so if you see me stopping, I'm kind of going over the place. I'm trying to get to some. Oh, is this where I think it is? Oh, this is talking about like how I found out exactly how Blaine and Nicholas McClellan were exactly family. And this is how their family and friends, how the defense came to know. This is, like I said, me talking with Matthew Hoffman with EMSI Investigates. And like I said, I did a real deep dive into this. I'm trying to get back to some real damning ones. Oh. Where are we at? Yeah, the Keegan tip. Oh yeah. You'd be surprised there's a lot more. But how everybody keeps saying, oh, they came up and it was their digging, they're uncovering how Tina Riddell. I'm going to show you some things like case by case, aka Amy Peppers, have cropped and only showed her, like, even on title screens, like crop images of conversations somebody they're claiming was them having with like Tina Riddell. But throughout this, look what I kept bringing up. And what I just showed you at the beginning of this stream was here just recent cases back to Megan, Kygan. It's not Keegan, it's Kygan. That's how Keegan and his dad, Tony Klein, came up with the Kygan. Kygan is Kygan Kalis, Megan Allen's boyfriend at the time. But you see where I had every right, and I proved just yet again, and that's how the feds and the state, they knew to how and where, already knew how to look and act so fast on Thomas Moss. I did a tip in. I was like, you might want to refer back to my former criminal network analysis, back to other missing murder cases, back to my FBI informant files. Here's my Baffy informant name, and you'll be shocked. Thomas Moss and his gang, cartel, motorcycle clubs go back to it's already in my files. There's a jump start for you. That's how they were able to act state and federally so fast on them. But it's kind of sad where, remember, I already told Matt Hoffman, when it comes to the Kokomo crew and Brad Holder, one and the same. And I've got Brad Holder. This is just showing a few, but I got Brad Holder's full friends list. Like I said, right now we're just kind of go hashing over a few things. Figured I'd come on for a few. Damien Swoke. It's Damien, but he goes by Dynamo Swoke. If you look at 2018 cartel raids, they didn't get the time to change or hide their friends list and shit like that. But if you look up 2018 raids, like Reggie Valentine, Michael Jones, Blaine Nelson named Michael Jones, that's who Gabe Ellis, they're... Oh. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
How are you doing, sir? Hey, I was in your chat. My name's Hugh. I'm from Barbersville, West Virginia.
Oh, hell, West Virginia. I got family down in them hills.
Oh,
I can't say the rock, but certain head rock running that way. I got Ken down there.
Oh, okay. I follow just about southeast from Morgantown.
They call it a certain rock down there, down yonder, and I don't dare say that rock.
I won't say it. I won't say it on the chat. I'll just keep it. You know, I know what you're talking about, though.
Like I was just showing, like Brad Holder. Like that's another one. Ramon AB Bridgeport.
He's a dangerous guy.
Oh, Swoke. Oh yeah, he's doing MMA now. I don't know if you knew that.
Brad Holder's doing MMA.
Oh, he was training with MMA. That's how you knew Damien Swoke. Damien Swoke is he does like amateur, like local MMA.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Brad Holder works out the same gym, and that's how like we seen this one. If you look up him, Damien Swoke MMA out of Kokomo, it'd be under his fighting name, Damien, his real name, but he goes by Dynamo Swoke online.
You mean smoke a cigarette?
Swoke. SWOKE.
SWOAKE. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I
where
follow now.
I've got all of Brad's friends. I just showed like here before he hit his page. He's got another one. God, what is that? One in the chat might know him.
Well, I don't want to say what you said earlier, but he's like a darker fella, yeah.
Oh yeah. And the Tears Hellhounds. That's
well,
another thing.
I just mean, yeah.
We're gonna get into that here in a second. Back into that, like I did the other day. Victor Silva. Like this picture right here. And only friends and family. You know how when you comment or emote, it's usually like friends and family only can. Is how he shut his down too. Victor Silva is one of his longtime friends, and Armand. And later on, I'm trying to jump down to. You'll see here in a little bit because I'm not going over these just like I went real slow like the first time around. I'm just kind of jumping around, kind of
right.
Going over rehashing a few things.
Yeah, I saw your activity earlier on this Megan Allen. She's a little bit of a problem. Hey, and when you got a second,
her aunt was actually Abigail Williams' godmother, Christy Lynn Martin, Tina Riddell's.
And you know
sister.
her mom worked at that Pizza King up there too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem.
And just like Anna, worked with Toby Garth. That's what Amy Peppers, Toby Garth, Ashley Garth, Anna. I actually got admitted. I just recently did, like when I got the messages from her, how this is years back. I just recently did work for Ashley Garth and Toby's mom, like Ashley Garth's grandmother. Oh, so does that mean I'm part of it too?
Right,
I never said that.
I think a lot of people in this, community, they make these connections that just really have. Let me ask you, since you brought up Amy.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Hey, this Jose. When you grab the fucking balls out of your fucking mouth and grow a pair down here, I'm right here, bitch. I'm already sitting outside. Grow a fucking pair. Step 2. I'm a man in a fucking wheelchair. I'll rock your fucking world, boy. You and your cartel little buddies. Motherfuckers told me to come outside. Do you not hear? I'm already sitting outside, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, some people up there and you're checking a little fresh. Listen, you mentioned Amy. No, that's all right. That's all right. You mentioned Amy, and I gotta ask, she talks a lot about these Palladino folk, and I just want to know, because I like Amy. I think she does a pretty decent job, and I listen to everybody. Okay, Hunt and Evil. I listen to everybody. I like the Troll Farm. I like the Cranks.
When she got on my bad side is when you're saying I was never a CI. It took a lot to come forward, and it took Karina's case. I had to come forward. I had no choice to give that little girl justice and a voice. I had to use my own. I had to come forward. Hey, this is who and what I was. But for her to say I was a Donnie Brasco and I'm a liar, nobody should listen to what I have to say. I'm just making it up. I was never a CI. Ha ha ha. And joining on with a few others where my PTSD makes me a fucking retard. And the way they're going on, and that I have those if you want to check. CJNG.
I mean,
you fucking cartel are a fucking joke. You bunch of pussy ass little bitches. Fucking bring it. If you notice, if I'm not speaking the truth, why is Cartel up in my fucking chat wanting to kill me? Look to your right, homie. I'm right here. I'm looking to my right, bitch.
And
I'm
there
outside
are a lot
looking
of
to my
there are a
right.
lot of black magic cartels. There's a lot of black magic cartel folks in here. They're dealing in, I believe, hunting evil. I believe they're dealing in the dark arts. You know what
But
I'm
yeah,
saying?
can't they tell I'm already sitting outside and they're
Yeah, that's
telling
a
me
nice
to
patio you
look
got there. I like
outside?
that. I like that. I like
I'm
that.
like, they're
Hey,
telling me to
listen.
look outside and
Yeah,
look
yeah,
to
yeah.
my right. I'm sitting here like, don't they realize I got an M4 sitting right next to me? I got my vest on and my sidearm's sitting right here in my lap.
Hey, you know
Not
what I
very
always
smart.
do? Hey, when they fuck with me like that, you know what I always do? I pop one off into the abyss just to let them know I'm not fucking around. But that, hey, that's none of my business. That's just what I do when I start getting harassed like that. But
And
let me
hey,
tell you something.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not
Yeah,
scared of these little fuckers. They step
yeah,
on the
yeah.
land.
Neither am I. Neither
I've
am I.
got, see what I mean? Turn your
Yeah,
surveillance camera off, homie.
listen, I got anywhere between like 4 and 9 cameras on my house. I come strapped. They better not even try with me. They don't even know who I am though, so it's not even that big of a deal. But let me can we go back cuz we were talking about Amy. We were
See
talking
what I
about
mean?
I'm not going to
I'm
use her
near
name.
though. Turn
Yeah,
your
yeah.
surveillance cameras off. I'm near though. Does that show or do I hide that?
I don't know who that is, but listen, it takes a lot of guts to tell someone you're a CI, right? It's not easy. So, for
The
someone,
reason I had to do that, and I
yeah,
had no choice, it was made for me, is
yeah, right,
Kokomo, Howard County Prosecutor's Office. The reason I was let go as an informant, I was told by Michael Curtis, the handler over me, agent over me, on Karina McClurkin's like 2-year anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
I bugged him for 2 years straight, especially after I had to get a protective order off the one that picked her up. He did nothing. I had physical attacks, my face beat in, my place broke in, and instead of being able to call the law, get that acted on, only call him, let him know, he'll take care of it. Nothing ever was done. He
That's awful.
kept begging me not to get a protective order on Paige Shirley. I had the most on damning on her. I had her
That's
on audio and
unacceptable.
video breaking in my place, and I'm like, her threats, the texts, she was always visiting her best friend neighbor downstairs. On up threats. If you come out your fucking front door, you're a dead motherfucker. Catching that audio and video. And I'm like, it got worse, 10 times worse after Delphi.
Yeah.
And
as it does. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. If
I was a liar and I was making this up, that's another thing. Did you actually see where I showed at one point? I'm trying to find it. Where Eric Williams, of all people. Here's one thing I want to bring up is the Sons of Odin. The reason the FBI went with the Sons of Odin was Kyle Stacy was having a jack over his left shoulder that said Sons of Odin. That's how the FBI, Odin Investigation 1 and Odin Investigation 2, the AK Sons of Odin, we just named it that off of what was being shown physically by Kyle Stacy, one of the members, on his jacket he had over his so it's just easy moniker. Hey, we're just going to name them that way. That criminal network and the criminals within that criminal network has a name that groups that those criminals in that criminal network. It's easier.
Is this
like Kokomo Crew? Like there's
but hold on a second.
Like in Carinas.
Hold on. Is this Odin Sons of Odin ODIN or ODEN?
ODIN.
Okay, all right. I'm following you now.
But right here is the real name, and if you look, when's the date? Amber Holder was still
February
recruiting.
11th. Yep.
They were reliving their post recruiting for their kindred, their killer kindred.
Right.
And they were doing it. I can't see chat.
And this is a group that gives them, they give them like the puppies or the young
like this
pigs.
You guys start screenshotting these too, if you don't mind. Because what's this show right here? If I was being a liar, I was making this up. Why the fuck's Cartel in my fucking chat saying they're near, they're coming? I'm about to get what's coming to me.
Well,
You're
brother, I gotta
this,
tell
correct?
you something. You got receipts. A lot of people say they got receipts. You got receipts. I'll tell you that much. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of. I'm looking at this right here.
And this right here is where the defense exhibit. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, HEL.
Right. This one I've seen.
Makes sense now.
Seen. Mm-hmm.
That's why I was like the tier hell HEL Hounds, Indiana. And then his comment, hell yeah, brother.
Right. I know you don't like the cranks, but I saw that on Prof's channel. He's a big crank guy. He doesn't like some of the cranks, but he is the crank.
But you've seen where these defense exhibits and Matt Hoffman getting all the praise, thousands of dollars, and I've never asked for a dime. And every time I had to meet with Andrew Baldwin at the defense team, it was for me to get an Uber XL ride for me and my manual wheelchair. Matt Hoffman never even offered, hey, I'm going to swing by, pick you up. I know instead you paying $200-300 for Uber XL, especially if it's later in the evening, it gets to about, for both ways, about 150 one way and 150 this way. And it's not a very far distance, but it's the whole fact of Uber XL that fits my wheelchair in the back of a van, and I can transfer and put myself in front, or in one of the seats, then have me help me get my wheelchair out, and I can get transferred. I'm not fully paraplegic. I've got from C1 through C5. I've got broken vertebrae and skull fractures. That was Army. Then I've got herniated and collapsed disc and multiple scoliosis with Charmarie tooth, nerve damage, along with some hereditary stuff. Like it kicked in after my Charmarie tooth, my drop foot, nerve damage. After the nerve damage kicked in, demyelation of my sheaths, my nerve sheaths. The damage that I took in the Army, then that it's kind of got where from about mid thigh down, I don't have feeling, like hot, cold, pain, nothing.
Yeah. So someone could just take like a goddamn bamboo stick right up and just, boom, and you
I've ran into stuff and my whole big toe, it felt like an itchy, burning, but I ripped the whole big toe off. And my doctor's sitting here poking on it, that doesn't hurt. I'm like, no, can you just get the rest of it out? Are you sure you don't need anything? I'm like, dude, it just itches like it's a itching, burning feeling right now. It's like it does not hurt.
Tell you what, if I had that, I'd have a raccoon eating at my shins, and I wouldn't even know. And I gotta tell you this. They probably hate to see you roll up on them with all these receipts. You're scrolling through. I mean, there's some charge on that battery there. That one, that's not so much good charge.
This is some damning stuff because.
Okay, I got a question after you're done with this one. Okay.
Oh, this one.
Just let me know.
I brought this up. This is between me and Matt Hoffman, and this is well before. And one thing I want you guys to look into: find this book, A Trough, by Edmund Fitzgerald. But like I said, when I brought this up to Matt Hoffman, remember how Gall kept saying you needed deeper nexus?
Right. She said DNA wasn't enough of a nexus.
So she needed harder nexus. So you have Kyle Stacy, and if you look right here, what I was telling you, how we kind of came up with the Sons of Odin thing.
Yep, I'm following. Sorry, I came off mute there for a second.
Oh, you're fine. But you see right there, damn it, you almost sound like either Luke or Fiend. If you are, just be honest.
I'm sorry. I know who Fiend is, but Luke?
Luke, he has more like an English
I was starting to say, isn't he
if
like
you're
a Brit
Fiend,
or
just
something?
be honest.
No, I'm not Fiend, brother. I'm
Well,
not Fiend.
you've heard him too. You see where I'm kind of getting the. I'm like,
I've seen.
he's got that
Listen,
kind of scratchiness to him.
I've seen Fiend show up on some live streams.
You would
and a
never
fool,
expect him to show up on. I've seen it.
Yeah, and they let him in because he's a very pretty man. Fiend
But
is
the
a
one
very,
thing I've noticed, you can't be Fiend, because when it comes to Fiend and a lot of the even cranks, the ones that do allow him on, he comes in, he has to be in control. It's like he has to be an Andrew Wilson of the conversation.
Well, I don't know too much about that. I just know that he's a very pretty man.
I've watched a lot of the girls going, and saying the same thing. When Fiend comes in, it's his way or the fucking highway.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm not, if I was a girl, I'd probably let Fiend into my stream too. He's a very good looking fella. But do I agree with everything he says? No, I don't. But do I think he goes into some of these conversations with goodwill? Yes, I do. That's just again. I'm from Barbersville, West Virginia. I don't know anything. I don't know Indiana from Adam.
Yep.
Okay.
But one thing I was noticing on when Kyle made this post, look what he's like highlighting: God and mouth. When it comes to the X, when you cross either a snitch or their children, Cartel loves to go after children. If you look at my last one of my last posts, like community wall post, Cartel loved to go after children, especially the X symbol. I don't think it was I think it was more of a message. You wrote on us, use your mouth to
right. They represent death, but in the Asatru, I don't want to call it a religion, but the following, they do a lot with the crows and the deers and the other animals, and it all went into the sacrifice. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, interrupt you. I'm sorry for that. I do have a question.
There's more to come on that. When it comes to Aaron, fact check me on this. The girls were forced to cross the bridge going south, correct?
Correct.
They were forced down into the north.
Towards the north, right? Yeah. When they went down, so it was south.
They were forced to wade across the river, and then was pretty much forced on the other side of the bank, then led again to the north to the land of hell. You want to know there's a reason I said that? 2020, when Jarek Perry, aka JP Perry, and Aaron Unger told me if I did not stop snitching on them, their cartel gang operation, I'd have my throat slit. I'd be left in puddles in the woods like those two Delphi little girls. One of the things Aaron told me during that those threats, and mind you, 48 hours later, there was a murder hit carried out on my little cousin.
Oh my
just
God.
Like they promised.
Oh my
7
God.
were arrested in that.
So what
and
he
they're
say
all
to you
friends
then?
of Gabe and that criminal network, that same gang and cartel network.
Right.
Carried out a murder hit just like they promised, 48 hours set. But what I was getting at is this Book of Troth is going to be telling, because when I get to the end of these, but what I was getting at is notice where he did God and mouth. And then if you look up, instead of like a Gibo rune, cartel and gangs, when they X somebody out, like cross somebody out, they did that up there saying, you used your voice against us. Well, we took one of your own voices, your own daughter, her voice from her.
Right.
Do it again. Watch what happens. It was a threat.
Ugh.
But this is what? Not even 2 days, like 48 hours before the girls. And Kyle Stacy was reliving this each and every single year. And did you realize Kyle Stacy shaved his head bald? His Thor's hammer was around his neck, and he was in line. He walked into that. He was in the line to go in the courthouse. He was at more than one courthouse hearing.
What is
in
it
line,
with these oldness?
right in front of everybody.
What is it with these oldness? And they do the whole thing where they shave their head bald, but they grow a big old beard, and then they do the hat. They put the hat on. You know, they do the hat fishing. I think I've seen a couple people. There's a crank who does that. He hat
But
fishes.
this is one thing damning right here. This comment on this right here under this. This is damning. I'll let you read that real quick. He kept mentioning the mouth.
Let us speak
the mouth.
words,
the mouth.
inspire greatness, and sing songs of victory. Let us roar into existence the world as we will. Oh my good Lord.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
And they
do it.
were reliving this each and every single year for years. And they would do it for 9 days. And when they do like a sacrifice to a certain god, it's supposed to be either 99 in 9 years or 9 sacrifices to their gods in 9 years. And if you add up Delphi, Karina,
it fell on that
Flora,
year. Yep.
Logan Sport members, the Huddlestons were actually family of who? Logan, Brad Holder. Do the adding the amounts right there, amount of deaths. And this one thing I'd brought up is this is Shelley Collins. Remember I was talking about the girls' rule, the buzzards?
I do remember that earlier. Yep.
I brought up was this is one thing I brought up to this is during the trial. Look at the date. And anytime Matt was asked by Andrew, anytime I seen something that I could come against, anything I would see that would harm Rick's case or tampering by the individuals, the third party, the cartel, the drug ring, if them or their friends and family would start tampering with the defense or hinder Rick and his case, to speak up. Well, this is where it's going to get sick. You're using the true crime community, and a lot of these individuals have been using the true crime community. They were meeting with Carrie, her kids, Shelley Collins, her husband, Richard Collins, Linda Miller, Tina Riddell. They all physically have Carrie Timmons' cell phone number. They were bragging about it in groups, in chats among themselves.
Tina Riddell.
They actually physically went and visited to know where Carrie and her kids lived. And these are the people you want. Remember George Stanley? The Stanleys? George Stanley? How the defense started pressing them along with Elvis' like sister and them?
Yep.
How do you think George Stanley, the Stanleys, Elvis connection was made? This is sick.
Through Tina Riddell, obviously.
Nope.
No? Am I wrong?
This is Rick and Shelley Collins. One of the long time. This is where you see, if you don't trust these people, can I just make a group with Shelley Collins?
Mm-hmm.
And you see Jolene, Amy, Jolene, which is Jenny Groom's sister, Jolene Posey. And you see right here. And it just makes me sick where this is the group she's in, and I'm mod in many groups. She runs Facebook groups.
Right.
But this is where it gets sick. You mean to tell me you're in all these groups? The defense are asking information, especially after Elvis admits to what? Spitting on the girls? And she's clueless? Get real.
Elvis got some problems outside of everything else.
Is some more where it just shows you the conversations when it was. And it's throughout the years. I've got every single text all this.
Yeah. Honeyvo, I got a question. And
Yeah.
I got a couple questions after this, and we can get to it whenever. But the one question I want to ask you right now, you mentioned Gabe Ellis a couple times, and I understand how involved he is in all of this. How do I say, activity, right? I've been hearing Amy and case by case talk about the Paladinos. Is there any connection between Gabe Ellis and the Paladinos that you're aware of?
There is.
Okay. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I want to be educated on that.
Okay. Paladinos, they're kind of like the lower end, but it's, God, how do I put this? I tried breaking this down because when it came to, remember, I don't know if you watched the first video where I went down in subject and like
I haven't.
Vicious,
I'm sorry.
she actually pointed out something really about the time. That's around the time the lawyers were kicked off in the Franks memo too, is when I was speaking up on the tampering. And here's where another thing is. I'll let you read these. This is Crystal Daly, Sierra Daly's cousin, the one dating Ryan Ebler, the almighty gang member that killed his ex-girlfriend down in Kentucky right after the Judge and Wife shooting,
What
right
part
before
of
Michael
Kentucky?
Greer.
East side or west side?
He was running on his way through, so I'm wanting to say 65 or whatever.
Louisville, Lexington. Oh, if it's 65.
Well, he was on the run from Georgia, and he was on his way back to like running after he killed and set his ex-girlfriend's house on fire down in pretty much retaliation. That's why he caught the charge. So in retaliation, the judge up here in Marion County or whatever let him out early, and he chose to retaliate.
Marion County? Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
He chose to retaliate. Yeah, he chose to retaliate on the ex-girlfriend and took the trip down to Georgia, where she moved to hide from him, to get away from him, to start a new life away from him, states away.
Right.
And when he got out, he ran and retaliated, killed her, set her place on fire, stole her vehicle, money, and cards, and took a booking, booked back up this way. I think he took a bus down there. And then once he got down there, he turned around, did that, stole her car, money, and some other things, and started his run back up here. He was running to come back to Indiana.
Okay.
But here's where this is damning. I don't know if you've seen this yet, and this is why I kept saying Gabe Ellis I knew was involved. Because at the very time when Sierra was missing, her family knew where she was. And I knew that because nobody really pays attention when they're not a local. On Karina's mother's side of the family, in 2 years' time, they were all registered missing with the local police department.
Right.
9 missing cases within 2 years on the mother's side, including Sierra,
gracious.
Karina, and 7 others. 9 in 2 years.
Right.
They all found within hours of posting and that being registered as missing person with Kokomo PD, Howard County. Within hours, they were found. All but Karina.
Okay. All right.
And this is Crystal Daly, Sierra Daly's, the underage girlfriend on the run with Gabe. And I straight up had the balls to ask, did Sierra go with Gabe Ellis and his gang when they went and did Delphi? Notice the response. They never did that. They didn't go anywhere. They weren't involved in that. My response was...
Is that in this message right here? Yes, so near the news and Gabe, she was on the road, hands down, Frankfurt Bridge. She was looking at direct involvement, 3 deaths, and she I don't think she was. That's just one response from Crystal. I don't think she was. Okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
So this is you message her, then that's where she knows where she, okay, all right.
Just like Karina, she knew where Karina was.
Yeah. I get that.
I wasn't holding back. And then after this, she ended up blocking me. Like you can see down below.
Right.
Right after she realized, oh, fuck. Did I just? Yeah, you did, honey.
Yeah, you came on pretty hot and heavy there, brother. I'm not gonna lie.
But this is what I was talking about. I've got every group, every chat, like every time they add me to a group, I've got every chat. It's a Facebook groups and stuff like that. And these are some, I think, Girls Rule kind of just shows this some of the members. Like, just to show you kind of.
Yeah.
And you've seen a lot of these in chats.
Can you go back to that last one? All right, thank you.
Oh, which one?
Hold on.
There's two.
Tammy Waffen looks familiar. So does Ruth Ann Lee.
Brenda, she's over on Props a lot of the time. Linda, aka
that
Garlic,
makes a lot of sense. That makes a
Linda
lot
Garlic
of sense.
is Hulu documentary. Linda Miller. And then Brenda Swartz, that's another one. She's been in chats a lot. But here's some more names. I think these are the same ones.
You mentioned Prof, and I'm gonna. This is part of my other questions I was gonna ask you, because we're sitting here talking about who's got what on who, and I know you mentioned you had a few of I don't mean to say this, but you said it, so I felt like the door is open. So you said you got nudes for T. Teresa, criminality. You got news for Shaboogies.
No, not T.
No, okay. I'm sorry. I got this wrong.
AK, Shaboogies.
Yeah, right. And
yeah,
I'm not asking because I want to see him.
Aaron Unger, the child killer, Aaron Unger. Both Shauna, the one that introduced me to her, Linda Miller's daughter. She tried at first, failed. Wasn't interested. Hey, you got a boyfriend? Like Dilly, like one of the biggest dillers turned snitches.
Right.
Aaron was letting me know on that. Like, oh yeah, her boyfriend's like one of the big snitches, like big time dealers up there, Monticello. But he keeps snitching on everybody, so don't trust the son of a bitch. So I'm like, your boyfriend's into big time dealing. I don't feel like going missing and murdered. So yeah, I'm not interested.
So Linda Miller led you to Shaboogies? Is that where we're
nope.
at right now? Okay. Can you tell me through that? Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Linda Miller is in with like the Julie Melvins, like the Girls Rule.
Okay.
Cats, Buzzards. She was one of the longtime members.
Is that case by case too? Am I just lost on everything?
Oh Lord. Like, if Amy was in there, it wasn't under case by case yet. It's before she started that. So if she's in there, it's by a different name. Like, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not saying she is or isn't. But the Girls Rule chats, the Buzzards. But this is another thing. Like Elijah Cook, this is 18 days after Delphi.
Right.
That's dried blood. And I had one of their family members.
That's very concerning.
And they actually said, oh, it's supposed to look like blood, but that's paint. And I still got that text, like the messages, like, because I put this up and there was a comment and I end up screenshotting the comment.
Right.
It's supposed to look like blood, but that's paint. That's not blood.
Right.
And I was showing this again, but this is Megan.
Was that like a Halloween photo before the one before you posted this one? That last one. Who is that? I see Kate.
That's Megan Allen. That's Megan. And her boyfriend at the time, Hagen Kayalis.
All right. Oh, it looks like there's blood on that knife right there.
Yeah, that's if you look close on that and zoom in, you can tell it's dried blood on a serrated Bowie knife.
Right.
And remember the Bowie knife she has on her little finger, like where she painted, like did the whole somebody slit in somebody's throat. Like
my man's
little
double
stick finger on her
some
finger.
Stuff up there, you know what I'm saying?
But then this is actually the same knife, but she's holding it over his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, so she has her fingerprints all over it. But this is the one thing they've pre-planned Delphi.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is kept being relived after Delphi, and it gets worse what he did and chose to do. But this is exactly. They kept warning, you picked the wrong day Odin be with us when the wolves. That's what they nicknamed the Tier Hellhounds.
Right.
Nicknamed each other when the wolves are released. They weren't released yet, is what in their mind.
Right.
But kind of eerie after you think they did and looked the same after they did that to 2 little girls. But this is their mindset leading up to Delphi.
Yeah. Lots of nabs in them pictures. Lots of nabs. And
this is Tina Riddell. Some more conversations with Tina Riddell.
Yeah, right. And this is a big crank theory that Derek ratted out a big guy above my sis.
I got messages. It was Gabe Ellis. So you ratted out Gabe.
Wait, this message is Gabe?
This is about the big guy over her sister was Gabe. Christy Lynn Martin, the supplier to her, was Gabe. Mike Jones, like the Cartel Network, Blaine Nelson. If you look back in the live I did with Blaine, Keegan Klein was sent by Gabe Ellis and that drug ring to Vegas as a drug mule. So
and
him and his dad and friend going to Vegas.
It wasn't for a snuff film, am I right in saying that?
Snuff film I've got in conversations further that I haven't put on these slides.
Yep.
But it's things I did show and bring up and was telling to Matt. And if you remember, if you look back in the slow live I did, where I went slow over each slide.
Right.
But
well, I saw the live.
This is where you see cropped pictures where Amy edited out who Tina was Peppers, aka Case by Case.
Oh, all right.
Her friends keep editing out these pictures. And yeah, she's talking about her daughter, Keegan, Tyler, Josh.
Goodness.
Ebeling. Yeah, Josh Ebeling's involved. Megan's now husband. Two-time baby daddy.
Right. Hey, all right. So, Honey, I got to ask, because, like, if we can we for a second talk about some of the creators in this
yeah, right here. This is the one you've seen, Amy, Case by Case, and others. Crop this down where it doesn't show who Tina's talking to. This is the full conversation I still have with Tina. I still have every bit of it, the metadata saved.
Right.
But you can tell after it's not cropped down, you can tell who she's talking to. It's conversations between me and her. If you look, all I did was look up blood under my messages under Tina Riddell, and boom, pops up.
Okay.
And there's
just so I'm clear, the Paladinos virtually have nothing to do with this. They have a connection to Gabe Ellis, but from what I've heard from you,
running the same drugs, same operation,
but not the same murders.
Sitting silence. The silence thing is key. They knew he was involved, what happened, and to protect their operation, just like Ashley and Garrett admitted. That's why they killed Nicole.
Right.
But yeah, I'm the idiot over here saying the truth. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not. Yeah, and I don't think you're an idiot, right? I wouldn't be up here with you if I didn't think that. But what I'm trying to say is, they obviously knew the truth. And
here's the damning part.
I'm still trying to figure out how the Paladinos are connected to to Gabe.
In order to see that, you kind of had to be watching, and how Luke and a bunch of others were like, oh, he's just going to bring up the social media network analysis, like the Facebook friends of this dealer and this dealer. Oh, there's nothing to see there.
Okay, so
how many's doing that nowadays? But I'm the idiot for doing it years back.
No, I don't think you're that. Who did this? Who did this to these girls? Was it Gabe?
They did it 126 days before. And right here, Mike Jones.
Wait, hold on a second. You're saying they? Who is they?
Okay, Gabe Ellis.
Yes.
Paige Shirley.
Yep.
Megan, her mom already admitted that she was there the night when Karina was murdered.
Right.
So Megan Allen, Hayden Callis, Tyler Joe French, Kyle Stacy was the one that brought the hot shot to make sure Karina was dead. Even her mother and both dad's side said Kyle Stacy was the one that was called by Gabe to bring a hot shot to make sure she was dead. And Tina, again, reverberated that. Kyle Stacy's the one that brought the hot shot to make sure Karina was, in fact, dead after the firefighter choked her to death. But this is another thing, like right here, this is where everybody's like, how do you know it goes back to the cartel drug ring? How are you so sure?
I'm interested in that as well.
That I had with Blaine Nelson, this is what a lot of people did not see behind the scenes. It's the same criminal network. Anytime Aspen was coming over to push the fake narratives, the fake stories, and away from the criminal network, the cartel drug ring, where do you think you think he was seriously getting, like, paying his contacts here
I don't
to get
know.
drugs, or was he getting free drugs to, hey, thank you for pushing the narrative? See where I'm kind of going?
I do. I think,
and this is where he admits to being there. I didn't run anything. I was just there the night Karina was killed. He admits that he was there the night Karina McClurkin was killed. Blaine Nelson. But yet, his uncle was willing to take the fall.
There's a lot
even
of
though he wasn't the one that killed her.
There's a lot of these families in these towns that just, they think they know what to get away with, and sometimes they do, right?
Yep. And then reliving, and if you notice, like Kyle Stacy and the rest of them, I've got screenshots on. It was for 9 days, the 9-day celebration. Leading up and after post Delphi was a 9-day celebration of victory over their enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, I was trying to tell you that ceremonial sword Brad Holder made? He's been known, and it's federally documented for years, where American Patriots, criminal networks that he belongs to, he was homemade forged weapons. And in these groups and these chats were years of intel the FBI has, as he was a domestic terrorism suspect. He's bragging when people are asking, where are you getting these railroad spikes, the railroad plates that you're bending down and melting down and making weapons out of? Where do you keep getting all these? And he admits,
he's forging fire.
He walks the Monon. He walks up and down the Monon. Then when he's walking, he's picking these up and taking them home. And when it comes to the plates, he'll cut the plates down. But when it comes to actually doing the forging out of the spikes, he's telling groups like American Patriots, other militia groups that he was a member of, and everybody's asking me, how do I know so much? For a good 3 or 4 years, while he was a longtime member of the American Patriots, I was the commanding officer of the medical side of the American Patriots, both Indiana State, full statewide. I was one of the leading commanders, and then national with American Patriots, 3%. Militia, I was one of their national and state head leaders. There was only about 6, 8 of us doing.
I think Dan Doolin was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Hey, Tony Slocum.
Hey, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna bring a shocking name for you. ISP Trooper Tony Slocum. Do you realize? Slocum, whatever how you say it.
I'm gonna pour me a quick whiskey. I'll be right back. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, well, you go on with the thing. I got a couple questions about creators in the Delphi sphere, because I think some of them are connected to the unified. I mean, they're calling themselves a unified demand now, but I think they're connected. But when I get back, we'll talk about that.
Unified demand. Who's Gizmo?
I don't know who Gizmo is. Do you know who Gizmo is?
In my comments, praising me, I'm like, whoa, who the hell's Gizmo?
I mean, I don't. I
thought Gizmo for at one time. I thought Gizmo was at first. I thought it was Noe.
You know, Gizmo had a great idea, which was everyone should dress as Bridge Guy at the oral argument rally that they're having. I think everyone should
Do you
wear a blue.
realize if Stacy, how do you say her last name? Anya?
Juliana.
Juliana?
Juliana. I think it's
If
Russian.
she listens and if she looks and presses, if they do an emergency federal tort lawsuit,
right,
and demand the first Odin investigation in my Baffy FBI informant files, or if they have me take the stand as an FBI confidential informant witness, in my intel was why the FBI was already en masse with the JTTF, both pre and post Delphi.
Right.
It was my intel that had them there on domestic terrorism suspects, and that information was withheld from the defense and refused to be acted on.
Right.
His appeal automatically stops there. That federal tort lawsuit claim gets going to the Senate and congressional investigating and DOJ investigation committees.
Mitch McConnell, Thomas Massey,
and
all them.
There's a guarantee. I know who and what I was. I know who's sitting in my files as domestic terrorism suspects. Who was there at Ron Logan's 72 hours when the FBI was surrounding them, doing audio and video, and telling they were doing surveillance for 72 hours straight. 24 hours before Delphi. And they hid that first investigation. And Todd Click, like I said, I don't care what any of you say. He deserves to sit where he is. He helped cover those two little girls' murder. And the ones that truly did their case, he helped walk away. Why? He only wanted to look at the 3 or 4 names he wanted to look at, and nowhere else.
Not Gabe,
and
not the Paladinos, and not all these other people who were there. It
makes me sick.
Dave McCain,
because
Dave Pearson, all these other people who were there that day, Todd Click did not want to look at. He just wanted to look at the white supremacists. And again, personally,
he only wanted, I've got the text. I don't care about anybody else. I want everything you have on the first Odin investigation on who, what, when, where, and why. Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Shane Meehan. That's all he wanted.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but brother, you got a text from Todd Click.
What?
You got a text from Todd Click? Or are you talking about? Are you talking about text you sent to Todd
I was in text conversations in 2018. Text and phone call conversations with the second Odin investigation. How it kicked off, they used my first Odin investigation in my FBI informant files. Is how the second Odin investigation, how they knew about Brad, the domestic terrorism, the JTTF, the files on him.
Can we see him?
Is how they built the second Odin investigation to hide the first.
If it's possible, I would love to see him. I'm going to pour myself a whiskey real quick. I'll be right back, but I would love to see them Todd Click text, brother.
Those, if we make it to the pill, and if by grace of God, that's the same thing. Is like I tried telling the first defense, like, holy crap, what's racist? Brandon, what the hell? How the hell do you had somebody as like a mod or somebody to help me out here? I've yet to figure that out yet. But yeah, we're gonna get back to real quick before he gets back here. Kyle Stacy is actually saying February 17th, 6 days after, just what, few hours after the girl's case, I'm walking. The fellow community is safe now. After him and his friends brutally just killed 2 little girls, he's telling the community, I am walking now. The fellow community is safe. And is, I think it was girlfriend or family, came and rescued him. February 11th. This is where Kyle Stacy ran off to. And then one of the individuals that was buying drugs off of him tried coming forward later on. Was saying, oh, Kyle Stacy wasn't in town the time of
Right.
Delphi. Kyle Stacy wasn't in town. Where's he at right now? And he's tagging himself right there in Kokomo. This is where
I'm back,
after
brother.
and what's messed up is Tina Riddell. I've got those, this will be later on, but I've got Tina Riddell where she's talking about blood in the same apartment as Gabe Ellis, where they killed Karina, where her daughter and her friends killed Karina upstairs. They used the basement for Delphi, and they had baking soda and peroxide already waiting, pre-planned, as the location where they're going back to with all the blood. And the amount of blood that Tina was talking about, there's no way in hell that was just blood on clothes and getting
Right.
watered down.
Right.
She's talking about blood being on both the walls, the stairs leading down the basement, under the basement door. Then the blood was on the walls of the basement, pooling on the basement floor and going towards the water heater. And I asked her what apartment. At first, she was trying to say back where there was a picture. If you look up on Gabriel Ellis's Facebook, he has his green car parked in front of a apartment complex. It's over by Markland, Washington, and it's right beside Speedway. That's where Tina was trying to say during Delphi. That's where they came back to that apartment. But then I got out of Blaine Nelson. It was the same apartment that they went back to, was the same one Karina was murdered at. And how I figured that out in the first place is Karina McClurkin's mom's riddle. She didn't want to give me the exact location where she was called to come pick up her cell phone and glasses. After the killers, the ones involved, called her to come pick up, they gave her a tour where that's how I knew about the hole being in the wall behind and hidden by a mirror. Is word for word exact what Karina's mother said. She was given a tour who killed her and was given a tour of the bathroom where Karina McClurkin was murdered in. This is how I knew to bring it up to Blaine Nelson. And if you notice the look on his face is like, holy, how the fuck? And I looked at him. Marlena Smith. His exact words. When she met with me and Ricky Bubby Lewis and Brewster Fitz was to her left and right, I had Karina's grandmother on her dad's side tell me she would physically fucking harm me if I wouldn't keep Bubby's, aka Ricky Bubby Lewis, name out of my fucking mouth. Or Gabe Ellis's name out of my fucking mouth. I couldn't will way fast enough. Go ahead and keep running your mouth about him. I told you for the last time. I'm like, wow. But this is what's messed up right here is where Jordan came and ran him, picked him up.
Right.
But this is where it gets sick. How many days after Richard Allen was arrested? This is Carrie's post. Remember, lined up for Abby and Libby? Remember Linda Miller?
I see it now. Yep.
He was reliving this.
This is a Kyle post. This is Kyle post from 2022.
Kyle Stacy.
Yep.
And when was Richard Allen picked up? 48 hours.
Correct.
Wasn't right in about the 40 hours.
This was probably the time during his interview, honestly. Right? If I remember.
And he was just already bragging. Look, we got away with it. And he was taunting Carrie and the family. You know, we did it. We got by with it. Look, he's taking the fall. We're not.
Right. Goodness gracious.
And then this where he's tagging Gabe and the rest of them. I mean, that's another thing I was bringing up to.
This is very Brad. Hold on. If you go back to the other, I know you just you did a very good job there with. Hold on. Go back one more. Oh. Right here. Nobody said it'd be easy. They just promised it'd be worth it. This reminds me of the Brad Holder move a body with your friend in the and don't ask questions.
Nobody said moving a body would be easy.
There you go.
But it'd be worth
nail
it.
on the head, sir.
This is where he got it.
Absolutely.
Ring a bell?
Yeah, absolutely.
But here's another thing I kept bringing up to Matt, to bring up to Andrew. When it comes to tattoos on Brad,
right,
and Amber,
right,
her tear, big ass fucking tattoo, the tear's hammer, or Odin's hammer, wasn't put on until after Delphi. She had to earn that. The one over her tits, that big ass fucking tears hammer, not tears, but Odin's hammer.
Well, and they said they saw a hammer in blood on Libby's hand too, which has always fucked me up. It's always fucked me up, Hunt Evil.
Here's some of the messages between me and my FBI handler, and how the Ohio child molester.
Who's that?
He doesn't want you know. Joshua Johnson.
Oh,
or Joshua Jackson, aka Noble
Lie. You mean low life discovery?
Yeah, low life discovery, the child molester.
Right.
The rapist.
Who'd he rape?
Just put in his name, his
I'm with
location,
you. I'm with you.
Ohio.
Okay.
You'll look it up. You'll find it. And then look at his court case. And you tell me that same hairline over his right eye. I've got it posted here and there. But look up Joshua Jackson. And
hey, did you know he had been talking to Jerry Holman since before the Franks memorandum? Did you know that?
And I'm wondering how he got out of prison so fast. 34 months, but then he's back online pretty damn quick.
To add up for me.
But you remember how everybody was asking after he got charged?
Right.
And convicted, charged. Remember how Noble Lie, like him, all his little names and everything just went completely silent for months on months. Everybody's, what happened to Noble Lie? Is he alive? Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Complete silence. But this is where, what were you doing February 14th and 15th? I was meeting my handler.
You're asking Josh Jackson that?
What?
You're asking Josh Jackson that? He wasn't doing nothing in Delphi.
This is my FBI handler, Michael Curtis, with the Indianapolis FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Okay, so this is what got me. Michael Curtis? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and Michael Curtis, like Joshua is trying to say he's fake. He's not a real person. It's some Hollywood name. No, it's a real person.
Right.
And that was confirmed. If anybody wants to do the digging, and Freedom of Information request, did an audio and video with Donald Whitehead, aka Don Whitehead, the investigative prosecutor with Howard County under Mark McCann. And him and his office kept saying, for me withholding, refusing to come forward, I was going to get tampering, withholding with information, among other charges. Well, I was told by the agent, go talk to KPD. Well, right after this, Howard County prosecutors wanted me to come in, talk to their investigative prosecutor.
You said Howard County?
I read out, Howard County.
Okay, I follow now.
But Don Whitehead, everybody keeps saying, look at Blaine, look at Flint's case and his interrogations, his interviews, like, what is it, KJB, Streets of Acre. The answers sit in Flint Farmers interviews, interrogation. The answers to Karina and Delphi sit there.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Right.
It sits with Don Whitehead. He contacted the FBI, Indianapolis Joint Terrorism Task Force. The number he was provided, you see right here, he contacted the FBI asking, was this number, go to an agent under the name AK I put under Mike Fries, my uncle.
Okay.
Fries, Mike Fries. His real first name, fake last name, is AKA Agent Michael Curtis. He was a field service agent with the Joint Terrorism Task Force, but he was also a canine, not canine, but bomb tech, bomb squad tech.
Did he work with all
The
that
bomb
Michigan
suit.
City folk that was messing with Erica Norris, or I'm sorry, Erica Morse? Everyone's been calling her Erica Morse or Norris lately. Was he working with them?
I'm not sure because I think it was like I know it started 2019, right after he disposed of me.
Right.
He ended up retiring in 2019.
All right.
He took his pension and got out of there, but
Right.
his field office, Indianapolis field office, think back to Larry Nassar. And everybody, I keep telling you guys to look up
they
the
fucked
Larry
that
Nassar
whole
case.
thing up. They fucked that whole thing up.
Prof started hearing me talk about this. Well, he started bringing up Larry Nassar. He started bringing up the Larry Nassar case, Jay Abbott being in charge of Delphi.
I wonder why he
was
would
starting
do
to
that.
make those. But it was after I was bringing it up, and what I was bringing up is Department of Justice, which is now Department of War, or whatever the fuck it is now.
Right.
Like, it makes no... Well, it's going back to its original name, Department of War. They just made it Department of Justice to make it kind of sound less intimidating. So Trump back the...
Sure. It was,
this is pre-war.
Originally,
this is back
Department
World
of
War
War.
II.
I like
Department
Department of War better.
of War.
I love war. I love war. But
this
I
is where, after Don Whitehead,
right,
he waited to after a few more cases, they finished up using my intel.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel Greg Ferenczi was a warning shot to me because Shane Meehan belonged to the same militia group Brad Holder and others belonged to, was there training with Brad Holder, and this is in my FBI files. You had a domestic terrorism known suspect, Shane Meehan, known just like Brad Holder and other domestic terrorism suspects. You knew about him. You allowed him to kill one of your own. It's almost like the silence because Greg, Todd, and Murphy was starting to speak out about a bunch, not everybody, but just a few names that were in the first Odin report that Jay Abbott ordered to cover up, hide, get rid of.
Right.
Who lost the marathon videos, interviews, audio and video?
Rosie.
It wasn't just him.
Right.
FBI had the marathon video. It went corrupted in whose hands?
Oh.
That would have showed third party. That goes back to the same third party. The FBI agent over me 126 days before. It was just days after Delphi. They asked me, hey, you remember that guy Brad Holder? His kindred idea, his Odinism, like heathenism is exactly what it's called. Norse heathenism.
Well, and that there have been there have been creators who have been protecting that theory. They've been saying that I don't think it's a ritual. Which
Jeff Brackett from Cookman. That's another one RSVP'd to that training event.
Right.
And Jeff. Oh, here's some. Do these look familiar?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen these before. I think these are the exhibits, if I remember correctly. But let me tell you something. There have been creators.
This is another thing I gave Matt.
Hoffman?
Read the red circled part.
Hoffman,
why didn't
you're telling
the defense bring this up?
Hoffman? He is Matt Hoffman?
Yeah, this is the text like before that, like not these, but the ones I was showing at the start of this that says Matt.
Right.
Investigator is between me and Matt Hoffman, but this is some other things I showed. Read the red circle part.
No,
6 hours before
I read it.
Documented.
Yeah. Right. But okay, so if the beginning of your stream is what provoked me into clicking the link in the first place, right? There are some creators out there that are protecting. I feel like they might be protecting the Odinist, and they
it's
go
not just Odinist. It's
I
a
know.
criminal network. They go back into.
Right. And they fixate on the Dropbox. And
can I make some things make sense for you? I did. I broke that down.
Hold on. I would love for you to, but I want to pose like my full question.
Yep. How about it?
And then once I got my full question out to you, I think it'll make a lot more sense for you to pose and make it a lot more sense to me. Does that make sense? And then after that, I want to talk about some of these creators in this Delphi sphere we're in. But before we do that, I want to ask, and again, I'm not accusing a case by case of this because I know her profile's up right here, and I want to leave that alone and set that off to the side. But there are content creators out there. I'm not going to name names. A lot of them have been saying, you know, and I agree with a little bit of what they're saying as far as like the ritual idea. This whole thing's a little stupid because.
How do you think they came up with the hog roast?
Well, I think some of them talk to some actual Odinists, if you're asking me. But what I will say is some of them are telling us, hold on. Some of them are telling us that not only is the ritual stupid, but the whole Odinist theory is stupid. And I think that's a crock of shit. I think it's a crock of shit to eliminate Ron Logan. I think it's a crock of shit to eliminate Brad Holder. I think it's a crock of shit to eliminate Pat Westfall. And
pause for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Why eliminate Brad Holder and Ron Logan, Patrick Westfall, when Ron Logan's the FBI was sitting, surrounding, telling people going to and from his property for 72 hours? This is 24 hours before Delphi. This is the Odin investigation, Odin 1. That its contents is what built Odin 2. But the Odin 1 investigation, the FBI, the bug out.
You're talking about Farron C. Murphy and Clint?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't just them to begin with.
Right.
There was a mass agents. Remember how there were so many agents already within the first couple hours of the girl's case? They didn't have to already come there. They were already in the area. Remember they were saying they were on a prior investigation. They were already up there in mass. So they moved off that investigation, went and helped with the girl's case when it came forward. I don't know if you've heard about that, or it's what feds even admitted to the very beginning of the case, how they came involved so quick. They admitted that they were on a prior investigation already in that area.
Right.
Days leading up to Delphi, they were already up there in mass. So that's Indiana State Police, that's the FBI, led task force with the locals included. Just like Greg Fancy was a Terre Haute police officer.
Right.
What's sick is there was 2 cases. Another Terre Haute police officer down there, what was his name? Robert Pitts? Was a Terre Haute police officer. There was militia members with the same American Patriot 3%. The reason their case with Jacob Pickett, the deputy out of Boone County, there's 4 deaths, like badges so far. There's more now, but Deputy Carl Kuntz, Howard County, was killed up by a cartel dealer. Goes back to Gabe, his criminal network. His criminal network, it's not just Kokomo, it's not just Flora, it's Richmond, Gary. Pretty much, if you look up the Underground Railroad in the big cities we have, Fort Wayne, Richmond, Indianapolis, Terre Haute.
Right.
It's cartel hotbeds.
Sure.
And do you realize there's another Richard Allen involved? Well, not involved, but do you realize there was a Richard Allen working in Carroll County?
There's a lot.
This one gets interesting.
Hold on. There's probably 10 or 15 Richard Allens in the state of Indiana at least. Right? It's a central state in the United States. Right? There's probably not a lot of Richard Allens in, I don't know, Washington, D.C., but there's a lot of Richard Allens in Indianapolis or the greater Indiana area. Illinois, Chicago, there's probably about a handful of them, at least 20, 25, I'd say. But let me tell you, I'm gonna let you tell you your story, but after Hunt Evil, I want to talk about some of the creators that we talked about, that you talked about before I got in this chat a little bit earlier today, because I got some questions around them. Is that okay?
That's the thing. I never wanted to be who's right, who's wrong. Like,
I'm with you.
Creator drama. I never wanted any of that. But when you're using my PTSD, what I've said, and you're doing it for laughs and content, and like right here, what you're reading right here.
Right.
This is directed towards me. An informant is. Well, I'll let you read this out.
No, well, I've read this. I've read this a couple times. I used to follow Amy all the time, and I'll tell you what, Amy's got. How about this?
Sorry.
How about this?
No. Oh my God! This last comment. Oh my God.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yep.
Oh,
and that's also why. That's probably why he talks to Josh Jackson and all.
I'm leaving that up for a while. That gave me a laugh. I need to laugh. I don't know about you. We just picked the name out of the hat.
Have you heard of an account called Oh Hey Christina?
Oh God.
Have you heard of an account called It's a New Day, or artists formerly known as? Are you aware of these people?
Oh Jesus.
Who had Josh Jackson on their channel talking about how he had been talking to J. Bear Holman since before the Frank's memo,
and they're claiming everybody else is uniparty, and they're working with the
absolutely. AK. Can you believe that?
And that's what I think's like. I'm not trying to get dug into this creator drama.
Yeah,
like my main thing is
drama.
You notice while all this drama was going, I did have some medical things like biopsies. I got a neurosurgeon appointment. I'm not going into details.
I was getting tested.
I've got that coming up.
Right.
Like I've got a neurosurgery, like spinal surgery coming up. I haven't said a word about. A lot of these creators, I just had biopsies done, and they're begging for donations. They're begging for. I'm not doing that. It's not about me, not what I can get. My whole thing is like I said, the 3-4 visits with Andrew,
right?
That was $200-300, and I only get right now until I get my VA through. It's my disability attorneys. It took us fighting like hell, building up a case to get my regular Social Security go through, and living with family, living with people. It docks you like down to 1/3 what you should get. So I get what $666, like $6 or 67. Like, thank God 67. If it was 66, I'd have bad luck all the time. I swear. But think about that. That's $200-300. Like I said, I was going without catheters, things I needed. Like I was putting others before myself. Like I was taught and instilled in me. And it's the same reason I stopped to help Karina. Selfless service.
Because you're a grown man. It's because you're grown man. You put others before you. It's because you're a grown man.
Since the age of 17, I swore an oath to my nation, her people.
There you go. Yes, sir.
I joined the army in age of 17. I got my education, my GED, and I started my college. Gave myself a start in life with my service. And that C1 through C5 I've got busted right now is pretty much what is cost for that, and why I'm sitting in a chair right now. And I would not turn back anything.
Well, what matters
Everything
most is you have
brought up to this.
That's what matters the most. You have your voice.
The one thing I learned is when they're saying they're here to help, don't worry, we're here to help. Remember Reagan? One of the scariest things you could ever be heard. So think of Jerry, ISP, the local PD. They have a set agenda. They see everybody as a criminal. Everybody's a fucking target. Just give us a reason.
Guilty until proven
I'm not saying
innocent.
all are like that. A lot of them, when they get in that uniform, and it's what makes me stick more than anything, because it's showing like Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, were what? Prior service. Jonathan Petronell. He was active National Guard. But think of, he named the Diddy Mafia. 764 Diddy Mafia.
Right.
The lieutenant governor's business partner, pastor, co-pastor, their business, their church, lieutenant governor, Mike Beckworth or whatever his name is. I don't even pay fucking attention. I'm a Republican, but I don't even fucking pay attention because here in Indiana, both parties are corrupt by the same cartel getting paid off. And it starts, like I said, that's what I was trying to say at the start of the stream. It starts at local, town council, city, and town boards, like school boards, money laundering. Hey, I'll pay you some cash under the table, but hey, we can put this amount on books, but if you push what I want and give me what I want, you'll get some more money. If you get in, I'll help fund your campaign.
Right.
See where I'm getting at? And then they get into where Matt Elkins, if you look back on and listen back, like Judge Fouts, play our games. They were both Matthew Elkins, Howard County, and they're in Carroll County. Judge Fouts, play our games or go to jail.
Right.
But when it comes to, I was just thinking, I looked back and was seeing something. I even screenshot it where I did the closed caption and took a screenshot because it was right after Matt Elkins was charged, not charged, but was allowed to resign after he was caught saying the exact word for word what Judge Fouts was doing to his drug court.
Right.
And what I've been saying, the judges, the attorneys, rank and file law enforcement, like IDOC employees, when they're family and friends with longtime cartel dealers, their family and friends, like the money laundering, and you think the park and stuff like that. I'm not saying everything's bad, but when you're fixing cartel dealers, kingpins, businesses, land, rentals, like houses they just got, and you're inflating these properties, and say Nita Duff is the one you're reporting the newly assessed amount to property to this land or property, it goes from 40,000 to hey, we're gonna have it 150,000. Oh, they got rid of this, like and we're gonna make it 150,000.
Yeah, like the ballpark.
But then it goes to Nita Duff. Well, you have Derek German being longtime decades friends with Nita Duff's Christopher Duff, Wayne Nelson, Dustin Prater. Remember, all of them were picked up with Derek in more than one raid.
And Derek
Christopher
snitched.
Duff, Christopher Duff dealing out Anita Duff, longtime Republican politician, ranking at that both Carroll County as well as the state Republican Party. We're going to go back. It's not a conspiracy theorist.
No.
Our former vice president.
Oh, Mike Pence? Right.
I've got his family out of Kokomo. Longtime cartel dealing family. Yeah, he's got family right there in Kokomo.
Yeah, Kokomo's an odd place. Honey, even let me ask you this. So earlier on, you talked about, I hate to dive into all this because I know you're a good guy.
Oh, you're fine.
I know you care about the case, and so do I. And I listen to you 24/7 about all of these. You've got me convinced that Gabe Ellis was involved in this one way, shape, or form. One of the questions I really want to ask, because we're talking about like all these creators, and some of them are getting a little bit too close to the defense. Some of them are getting a little bit too close to the prosecution.
I'm sexually aroused to Brad Rossi.
Well, I hope not. I hope not, sir.
No, I'm seeing.
If you are, just don't take it too far.
Females going, oh my god, I would suck his
there's some
dick
males
in a hurry.
out there
and I'm like,
too. There's some males
fuck?
out there too. I think that DB.
I've heard guys like Aspen. Aspen when it comes to Nick.
Right. Yeah.
Like, ooh, he's like delicious. And I'm like,
he's got it bad
what
for
the
him.
Fuck? And the only reason I know how to talk like this, I've got family that's gay, and I've got left leaning, right leaning, right-leaning family. I've had an uncle, like, when I was a kid,
Right.
was tranny before tranny was a thing.
Well,
He'd
I
run
don't know
around
much about
dresses
that.
like Uncle Albie. He was gay in a box of
Right.
fucking Fruit Loops.
Right.
None of us cared. It was
Every
Uncle
now and
Albie
then I
to us.
dabble.
It's funny
Yeah,
as
right.
shit, some of the shit he'd do. Like,
It is.
he'd dress up in a full, like, makeup and everything, high heels, for Halloween. They answer the door, like, have you guys went over and visited Uncle Albie yet? He's in full get up. Like,
Right.
he went full this year. And like,
Hey,
he's doing different characters, like female characters. And
I
like, he'd make a
remember-
joke about it, and he'd make fun of himself being gay. Like, I
Who is
stayed
this?
when I was a kid. My Uncle Albert Rude.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. He
died in a car accident while I was still a kid, but that was Uncle Albie to all of his kids. We were used to it.
You
And
get for
then
joking around like that.
one of my cousins' mom was long time before the marriage was a thing. We all, as family, that was her wife.
Right.
They're married to all of us in the family. That's just how me and my family rolls. I've got black, white, Mexican. We're all involved in my family.
You got a melting pot. That's great. That's what Indiana is. That's what America is, right?
So that's another thing everybody asks, like, how do you ever become like white and blue collar and like KKK shit? I was confronted by these fucking inbred cocksuckers going, you want to be a man? Join the Klan. And I'm like, ring, ring, ring. Hey, you remember you guys, you see something, you say something. Well, I was confronted by these Klan members if I want to become a member. Well,
yeah, they do that in
I've
gangs
got
in
intelligence
Detroit.
pass. I know how to do things.
Right.
If I join this, would I be able to talk to an agent, like, just to see if I can relay information to you guys? Like, I'm not asking for anything. I'm just saying, hey, I've had one of my best friends. I grew up Ernzo. He was from South Africa, exchange student. He actually didn't exchange. He was adopted by my older, like, she had to have been in her 60s, 70s, at least 50s, 60s. She looked like 80 to me when I was a kid. But the first time I ever rode a bus, I rode with her black son. Her and her husband are white, but they live about 2 miles down the road. That was my daily commute. Me and Ernzo was always meeting up. Either I meet him halfway, you start coming my way. That whole song, you start coming my way, I start coming your way. We made plans like, hey, let me get my homework or let me get home. Ask my parents, right? I'll meet you halfway. And it was me and Ernzo always playing down in his yard baseball. Like, I was teaching him how to play baseball because I played. Hell, he's never really played baseball. And I got him talked in. I was like, I was like, hey, you should come, like, ask your parents, like, we got a game coming up. Like, this is like T-ball going into like Little League.
Yep.
And I got down there, I got another mitt and a ball and was starting to teach him how to throw and stuff. How I talked him in to join the baseball team. That was like my best fucking friend. Then we up and moved to this shit town, little small town that we moved to. I went from being good in school, learning how to deal with, I didn't realize I had autism yet, but
no one did, brother. No one did. No one knew they had autism back
I'm actually
in the
ASD1.
early 90s. No one knew.
Yep, I'm ASD1. It took me in my 30s. And I always wondered why they were making it a big deal, like basic and AIT, like remembering all this shit. I'm like, I already remember this shit before I came down here because I'm good into history. Who the president is, vice president, the chain of command.
Let me ask you this, on Evil.
It was easy to retain.
Are you comfortable sharing your first name? What's your first name?
It's Michael.
Michael. Okay. Michael. Can I call you Mike?
Yeah. Well, everybody already knows me. It's either Mike Phillips or Michael.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know you.
I'm not like everybody else. Like, oh my god, how did I get my real name?
I'm just taking an interest in Delphi. I use Facebook. These creators who are crazy.
And one thing I'm going to be straight up with everybody, and I've tried being as straight up as I could, is these criminals are not as grifty as they are.
Right.
First time I ever met, and I never really met, but I watched him pick up Sierra Daily. You want to know what Sierra Daily was before she was Kokomo Crew?
What?
What I called Foster Park Crew. Remember how I keep saying to my ASD, like my TISM, it's easier for me to break things down into like Kokomo Crew, Foster Park Crew. Well, what
Right.
Foster Park Crew is Foster Park, they're in Kokomo.
Right.
There was homeless, like myself, male and female, young and old. And I started cleaning it up because when I kind of got up there, it was like, you're going to do spice and fucking smoke whatever the fuck you're doing.
You mean spice like in
drink.
Dune?
No, like smoking like weed, fucking doing shit right there, like on the stage or right in the park.
I got you.
I'm like, guys, for the love of God, I'll whoop anybody's fucking ass. Like, dude,
right.
If you guys want to fight in a fucking park, take it down to under one of the bridges.
Right.
Get it out of sight, out of mind. You wonder why all the cops are on you all the time.
Do it the right way. I got you.
I'm like, you wonder why you guys keep getting kicked out of the park by the mayor, and instead of sending Kokomo PD, he was sending Milwaukee Iron. The same Milwaukee Iron as Mike and Beck Patty, Andrea Glassburn. She's a longtime member. That's the same Andrea Jo Glassburn as Jerry McClurkin and Andrea Jo Glassburn. If you guys are so into freedom of information requests, you'll be surprised what some of these content creators. I want to see every conversation. I'm in the works with Amy Peppers and Ashley Garth. Ricky Davis. Everybody
she did some interviews on him
with.
Her and Ricky
They're
Davis.
so used and they so love Freedom of Information Act. One thing I'm about to prove with legal counsel is when you're tampering with me, victims, their families, and then tampering with the defense of Richard Allen just to hide from your family and friends, going back to the same cartel and the gangs that you don't want to be looked at. Look over here. Look at this story. Look at these people. This is why you should look over here. Oh, this person's speaking the truth and showing the truth. There's nothing to see over there. He's mentally ill. Like, look over here. Look at these names.
So let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you.
And prove me wrong. Toby Garth on her Facebook group and a lot of her chats, her groups, who was one of her longtime mods. And look, it took years. And this is one thing I will give, if Rick Snay did cut ties with Tony Klein, if he cut ties like he said he has, he
did it involuntarily. I think Tony told him to kick rocks.
Because when it comes to Tony and his family, like Richie Klein and Milwaukee Iron, multiple members, for speaking up on Keegan being involved with Delphi, and then allowing Keegan and his dad, both child predators, fucking known to the family,
100%
to
predators,
child involved, like Christmas parties, Halloween parties, drawing all these children from the community in to the clubhouse as a public event, and you're letting child predators known to you and your family, both Keegan and his dad, for years have had interest in little kids, and you and your family, ones within your family, have let that be known that you guys know there was some weird shit going on with both him and his dad for years, and you're letting these kids come to your as a board member of Milwaukee Iron. And you want to know how I figured out so much of that? My ex-girlfriend, her great uncle, her mom's uncle, is a lifetime board member, aka Lumpy, on Milwaukee Iron. So when it comes to private club parties, like parties at the clubhouse, to public events, all I had to do is talk to my ex, be like, hey, I don't feel like hanging out and chilling out over at Mobile. So, hey, can you talk to your uncle, see if I can swing by the clubhouse? I know they got something going on tonight. So if I see if you can see if he minds on my way home if I get to swing by and instead of hanging over at Mobile tonight. I
Right.
was getting information. 2018 raids. Ricardo Espinoza, board member, Milwaukee
Mhm.
Iron. Not
Right.
Milwaukee Iron, but Mobile Ground Shakers. There's multiple in the 2018 raids. The feds, I had feds, fake motorcycle club members, I vouched for. And how the hell, a normal biker, you never fold your collars, your patches. You never fold those some bitches up where there's folding crease,
Right.
like you fold it up and throw it in the back of a truck. It's just like a uniform. You want that crisp. You want that like, if you're going to have your collars off you, your best off of you, you're going to have
Mhm.
that hung up behind you, like on your uh, hand holder, like
Mhm.
behind you in your back seat, or you're going to have that draped over your back seat, like where it's not going to get all wrinkled up
Right.
and not like you fold it up and put it in a drawer under your uh, seat in your truck. Brand new
Right.
and non-worn. You can tell the black leather hasn't seen a day of sun
Right.
or worn. No bugs. Like no. Oh, we've been to this many rides. Like those little armbands.
Mhm.
A lot of the bikers have like on their vest, like, "Hey, we went to this, and this rally at this, and this year," and they until they fall off have the armbands. Hey, we went to all these rallies, and they put it on their vest. They're brand spanking new. They're
Right.
shining like they've never been rode a day in their life. No winds hit them, no bugs, no scratches, and the collars, like on the best like patches.
Mhm.
When have you ever heard of like T-Rex Motorcycle Club? We're the T-Rexes. Rawr. These motherfuckers are so drunk. And when Mobile did their after set, it was usually on Friday or Saturday nights
Right.
after
Right.
the bars close. They open till
There
about,
is a T-Rex motorcycle club. You know that, right?
but it's how they did it. And it was actually, it
I
wasn't a
know. I
T-Rex
know.
motorcycle.
I'm just
They
telling
made
you, they do
it's almost like,
exist.
I was just giving a name, but I'm not giving the
Right.
exact name of the motorcycle club
Right.
out of AK Indy. They wondered how 2018, how they got motorcycle club members rated
Right.
like Ricardo Espinoza, aka what was his name? God, Ricky
What?
Twist
Yeah. Right.
Espinoza.
Ricardo. Yeah.
But it was it's just funny how motorcycle clubs, when you can hang around, you get to see some inside stuff like the sex trafficking. Danny
Right.
DeMolin, the longtime Kokomo Kitty Club owner, his sex trafficking, when he was busted, he moved it into motorcycle clubs like Milwaukee Iron and
Right.
Mobile Ground Shakers, actively involved with his sex trafficking.
Right.
When he was
Mike,
raided, he
I
moved
don't
it
mean
out of
to.
the.
I don't
Yeah,
mean to cut you off. Sorry. I noticed someone in your chat probably about 20 minutes ago.
Robo Klein.
Whoever's got the Jared Bear Holman account.
Yeah.
We were talking about how you had some homosexuals in your
Mhm.
family, which I think is a great thing. It, broadens your horizons and stuff. But
Oh,
they
yeah, it's never been
asked,
like them versus us, and like, yeah, I'm
absolutely
Christian and
not,
everything, but
absolutely not. Right, right. But a lot
if
that
they want to go poke each other in the ass, like as long as you're not doing it in front of me and kind of it's in my
brother,
face or doing it to me or trying to come at me, do your thing. I
I'm
just
with
want
you,
to hear it.
but that is this is your live show, and I
Hmm.
just want to ask because again we were
Oh, you're
talking
fine.
about a lot of that, and you got a comment at about 1:30 in the morning about Easter time, of course, about
Mm.
they said Prof probably relates, and I just got to ask, like your history of the Delphi Sphere. Do you think that Prof is a homosexual? Do you think he possibly might be?
I've wondered that about Noe too.
So not just Bravo, Noe as well.
I've wondered.
Right.
It's just mannerisms, like how you do your hands,
Mm-hmm.
and femboyish.
Right.
Like I'm not gonna lie to you, I've got long hair myself, so I've got some habits where, like, I'd sit here and mess with my hair or try to straighten it out. Like
long hair doesn't necessarily mean you're gay. I get that. Yeah. I'm with you.
My whole thing is it's just like right now, like it's cold out right now, but hell, I got my hair down and a beanie on. And
you got video? Can we see? You got like a live stream going of your video?
Yeah, I got my hair up right now. But
right.
Yeah.
Well, you look more masculine than most.
Yeah. See, right. I got it.
So
it goes down to halfway. Yep. Like it goes past my shoulders. So, like I said, I got long hair, but like there's some mannerisms, like when you're doing your hair and shit like that. But when you're like,
but long hair doesn't mean gay. We get that.
Yeah.
But are there any other features out of them that you mentioned Noe? I know, but like I know I asked you about Prof, but you mentioned Noe. But the both of them, I've watched it for a long time. And I think, have you ever heard of that? His name's TC Keith. You ever heard of him?
Keith?
Yeah, I think he's gay as hell. I think he's gay as hell. He is a gay man, and he's damn to hell. There's no other way around it.
And like I'm a straight male, like all get out. But when does nudity or damn near fucking here? Hold on. Are they open enough? Do you got enough tits for you without the nipples showing?
Right.
What the fuck does that have to do with true crime?
Well, and
children's
all these
missing and murder cases.
All these fat women.
Let me show you my tits without my nipples.
Right.
Just to get more viewers. Like, what the fuck? That's sick.
All these fat, old, miserable women want to see TC Keith without his sleeves, and he took them off, and I'm like, that's a gay man. He's gay as hell. He's a demon. He's a gay demon. But I'm sorry, I got a little bit off the rails there. I'm gonna behave a little bit, but I wanted your opinion on the Prof and why is a man. Let me ask you this, sir, Michael. Why is a man who has a family riddled with pedophilia, stalking, harassment, so obsessed with the homicide of 2 little girls in a Midwest state that he has no business with? Can we talk about that for a second? Can we try to understand all that? Now, listen, I'm in West Virginia. I took a little bit of interest in this case. I've been chatting. I've been talking with people. I've been listening to distinguish people.
And the thing is, anybody ever even remotely kind of hints at that? You know how he gets bent off the rails? Like Aspen, you can tell Aspen's garing a fucking box of fucking Fruit Loops.
Absolutely. I mean,
but you remember when Aspen and Prof got along so fucking well? It was like they were boyfriends.
Aspen is so gay. He's been trying to be Doug Carter's wife. He's been trying to replace that young woman for so long. It's not even funny.
But you remember when Aspen, Sonny, Prof, they all talked? Those two got along like 2 peas in a pod.
Absolutely.
And kind of how they were talking, mannerisms, like how they would talk, kind of.
Yep.
Oh, really now? Like, really?
Just like
I know, right?
Right. He had
I've got family. That's how I can do it, and I can kind of mimic them, but I can never get it like. Oh my God! I'm like, I can't do it.
That was pretty good, brother. I'm not gonna lie.
But it was just like how they like. I asked me to say something gay as hell, and Prof would follow up like, "I know, right?" I'm like,
he was right there with.
How are you doing that so naturally?
I think it was him. He wanted to be Aspen. Aspen wanted to be Doug
just
Carter's
like
wife.
lesbians.
Right.
Lesbians have sex with a male to have a kid, or accidentally, oops, I fucked, or bisexual. At the very least,
a lot about that.
At the very least, bi.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I just every time I hear Aspen talk.
You're asking me where I kind of started going away some creators and why.
Right.
Remember hunting testicles, true crime, and having CJ come up on panel on T's chat with Fiend
Hey,
above.
listen. CJ is an absolute demon. I'm glad he's gone. I never liked watching him. I try to support the 24-hour live stream, but I realized how much of a piece of shit he was, and I was
This is
done.
one thing I'm going to call Christine Salazar. Remember how her and Erica keep claiming they're for victims, especially children, young or old?
No,
victims.
they call themselves victims, and then they're for themselves.
But this is where I'm calling them out on T's chat. They're all having. Remember, I'm buttery nipples, and they're all fucking laughing at me. When Christine was like, "Mike, you need to go take your meds. You're mentally fucking ill. You're starting to act like a retard." And I'm like, "You and Prof and your friends, Adrian, all them just yesterday were over on Prof's page, fucking laughing, having a good old time."
Right.
Oh, where'd that go? Well, I got plenty of these, but you see where I didn't put a lot of these in, just a few. I was like, so my PTSD I got from being raped and molested as a kid with a female cousin, our hell, in a little fucking room in a trailer over years.
Jesus, I'm sorry that happened to you.
That makes our PTSD. I'm mentally retarded. I'm mentally ill. And how I become that with Prof.
No, you're not.
Oh yeah, but how I became that with Prof was this is some good stuff.
Hey, I'm gonna say something real quick. Can I say something real quick? He want to make them comments about you being mentally retarded and all that, and then you know what he does? You know what he does? He protects Elvis Fields by saying he's mentally retarded and all this other. He protects them Odinist because he's secretly a white supremacist himself. I am convinced. Amen. Thank God. Am I wrong? Michael? Tell me I'm wrong right now. Tell me I'm wrong.
And have you noticed, Karina, any of the black cases he refuses to really touch on? He might do Florida just when it's content worthy to draw on attention and views, but he doesn't talk on it very often. And if any of these creators really gave two shits about Flora, why are they remaining silent on Derek German and a lot of their, like Ashley Garth, Toby Garth, their friends, like Jennifer Dean Barnes, aka Jennifer Dean Barnes.
Amen.
And how about Willie Smith Jr.? What was it, Karina? The 404, that's what? 1, 2,
Correct.
3, 4.
Correct.
That's what? 5? Willie Smith Jr.
And you know what?
2 years. 2 years after Delphi. Not Delphi. 2 years after Flora.
Glendenning, who made a whole fundraiser, and she was hoping she could pin it on a patsy so she could rug pull all that fundraiser money. You know that? You know that? Everybody's been talking about that.
But
everybody.
Oh, do you see what I have up right now?
I said I didn't know Girl Delphi, call it costume stuff.
This is Tina.
Tina Rodell?
Yep. And remember I was talking about the blood?
Right. Yep.
She said in this rules group with Julie Melvin, Jenny Kroom, Jolene, Tina, with Linda, all them in these groups, I called her out. And they would do these bullshit stories where Megan was beat, hard, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
She's the real victim, not the girls, blah, blah, blah. Never happened. I got her to admit that. I've got every single text with her. Remember I was talking about the blood and being on the walls and everything?
Yes, sir.
She herself, and I've got every text where she admits her daughter said she did something with a knife to one of the girls to know what it felt like. I still have that text. This is where, remember I was telling you about the blood? And this is later on. But she said she put a drop of peroxide to see if it was human. after she told me it was the Delphi girl's blood.
Oh shit.
But then she further goes in and telling me that she helped her daughter and her friends use the baking soda and peroxide and other chemicals to clean the blood out of the basement.
Okay.
She was called by her daughter to come help and meet them at that apartment.
All right.
She helped her daughter.
Is this the ice queen you was talking about earlier? The one who is running all the meth out in California?
No, that's K.A.K. Bugs, the one that tried coming in earlier.
What's
she
going
was
on with her?
in back.
What's up with that? I'm trying to that.
Oh, how she came?
Yeah. How'd she come? Walk me through that, will you?
Oh, how kind of criminality, Teresa Stebbins. And another thing, I want you guys, and you said you're open-minded. Do you know about Lainey Oriani and Vanessa Walsh, their case? And then where
all right,
Teresa and Vanessa were YouTube partners.
Okay.
Running a true crime page together.
Teresa Criminality. Yep.
AKT of Criminality. While Lena was stalking, harassing, which now got a lifetime protective order, no contact order. Lena has that Vanessa Walsh got against her.
Right.
You have T bragging like what they've been doing with like the AK Uniparty, and it's both pro defense and Uniparty kind of doing it.
Well,
if it's somebody going,
what's the Uniparty, brother? What's the Uniparty?
I don't know what the fuck.
I just follow the
everybody.
case.
It's not. I wouldn't call it a Uniparty. It's just before the trial. Everybody was talking, working together.
Everyone says Uniparty. No one tells me who.
Everybody keeps saying Uniparty. What I'm gonna say is,
who's everyone?
You realize I've got conversations I'll show later on where there's cases Frank Meister refuses to talk about.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. You mean Shane?
Like Jamie Beasley?
You mean Shane?
Like Jamie yeah, Frain Corsage.
Who is Uniparty though? Can we talk about this for a second? I need to know who Uniparty is. I cannot. I've heard. You're not the first.
I've seen bits and pieces of it. It's pretty much where Prop's getting at. Yeah, the best way I can get it is Prop and everybody's got their own versions of it. It's pretty much.
Sure.
I think of it myself, not even as a Uniparty. It's before, and I've seen this, like I said, I was getting at it earlier.
Right.
Sowing chaos. When you have state, local, and federal informants in groups, chats, social media network, like those instances feeding back information to them, if this is getting to be a pain in the ass for like federal or state, here, so little chaos, this side against this side, instead of working together.
Brother Mike, I get the what, when, where, and why. I get that.
But one reason I kind of said units, how everybody keeps saying
part of this. You don't understand.
It's hard to explain.
Okay. So all right, how about this? I'll make it really easy for you. How about this?
Like Jinx, Erica, Chris, they all, as much as they say they don't talk to each other, behind doors, like Prof with the other side, like they all kind of, and Prof admitted this a while back, they all still, when they broke apart, like going pro state or pro defense,
because
a lot of these individuals
back in the day,
and they were still, and they were admitting, a lot of them were kind of like targeting me because they both sides seen I had a lot of information that both of them could, like whatever side it would be, they could use as, hey, let's look this and let's look at here before Alan was arrested. I had all these people, including the one and only like Eric Williams, like straight up was like, ask me, hey, my kid's life are on the line, and let's I can skip through some of this stuff. I'll kind of get to where I was.
But so you think that you're saying Adrian, you're saying I forgot who else you mentioned. Aspen, Jinx, they're part of Uniparty.
Well, hell, if you've noticed, like, there's some, God, here recently, like, especially the ones in the chat,
Right.
you'll see on Pro State or Pro Defense, and then one day
Right.
you'll see on a Pro State or
Right.
somebody that's even neutral, like, they're all in the same chat and they're all just getting along great, and then all of a sudden it's like it's back to let's go this way, let's go that way. And I think I feel more right now with a lot of these creators, it's the parties, it's to keep okay, this party hates this person, like, so this party against this party. Like I said, I was getting to is the sowing chaos. Like, I did a hell of a lot that, like, 2014, 2015, like the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh,
If you
so
look it up,
you did
it
things
took
before
FBI,
the murders you're talking about.
like FBI informant wise,
Right.
like white and blue collar organized crime. Just before I was doing Joint Terrorism Task Force at the very end, but it wasn't just I was a short him. It was like it started the white blue collar, and that was held 10 years before Delphi even happened.
Right.
And that's where over years, and it was a short stint in between. I'd say probably about 8-9 months.
Right.
And I went from living with my ex-wife to now homeless and found my way to Kokomo. And I
Good
called
for
them
you,
up and be
brother.
like, hey, this is why I haven't been in contact.
Hey, I didn't mean
they
to
closed
cut you
my
off.
CI files out.
I'd take homeless in Kokomo over being married. I'll tell you that much right now. I'll
Oh,
take that
what
to my
happened
grave.
is, it gets worse.
Well, hold on. I don't want to derail because I feel like we're derailing. Yeah. I want to talk about some of these creators because we're coming up on these arguments, right? We're coming up on these arguments, and I feel these arguments are crucial to what's going on. And I'm not going to stick around for much longer because I don't want to take up a
you
lot
were
of your
asking
time.
about Todd Click.
Well,
what date is this?
I'm curious why you think Todd Click's such a negative aspect of this case, but also on top of that, I want to talk about some of these creators and what they've done.
Time frame. I can show you the exact time frame when the defense found out
I'd
that
love
I
to learn more about Todd Click.
When you remember before Todd Click, there Andrew and Matt was wanting to press the cartel, the drug ring, and the
not Erica,
multiple others. Well, what I was getting at is a lot of the other like third party suspects, like more than just Brad and just the select few.
Are you talking about Rod Logan? You're talking about the Paladinos? You're talking about Gabe?
Yeah, pretty much like that criminal network, like some of the names they already had, like Gabe, like you see what I'm getting at. Then I can show back the conversations with me and Matt Hoffman when they found out about the first, then the second Odin investigation, and Brad Holder being the Joint Terrorism Task Force domestic terrorism files for years. They started piecing that together. Then I gave them Todd Click his email, the personal cell phone number I had, and if you want to get in hold of Todd Click, this is the best way. I regret doing that because, they opened up, they found out about the Odin investigation, but it was how Click and Murphy, after Greg's death, got spooked, and they chose to only go to after 2 or 3. But there was intel going back to Gabe Ellis and everything. I was already showing Matt Hoffman, and Andrew was asking me for who's the top to the bottom of the drug ring. Like, you see things. Matt Hoffman,
there's a pecking order. Yeah.
Yeah. Andrew Baldwin was firstly asking me, hey, the drug ring in that area, Kokomo, Delphi, who's the top to the bottom? And I was giving them information, like, to Matt, and it was like, it was getting blocked at Matt. Does that make sense? It was like Andrew was asking for it, but then at the same time, it was the more I was giving Matthew, the more Andrew wanted it, but it was getting blocked at Matthew. Then,
Right.
like I said, the first 3 texts in with Matt, I was already kind of contemplating, am I already wasting my time? Am I wasting my breath, energy? And I even told him that in that third message in. I don't know if you see that at the very beginning.
At the top?
Yeah, at the very beginning of the live, or I can go back to it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I've been here since the beginning. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
But
Sorry,
you
I thought you
remember I
meant this
brought that
email
up.
right
I
here.
was like, Matt, am I just wasting my time? He's like, oh, no. Keep the information coming. Keep the
Well,
content
you gotta
coming.
understand something. He probably doesn't want you to be completely disconnected if you have some pertinent information, but also if you have information that might not be. And again, I'm just saying this as like an objective observer, Mike. If you have some information that might not be entirely material, he's not going to just straight up tell you that because he doesn't want you to discourage you from coming to him with more information. Does that make sense? Like I understand where he's coming from.
There's more than he was saying behind the scenes, like other texts, like I
Okay,
haven't
that's out of my
publicly
control.
shown between like
Right.
between me and my agent,
Right.
and kind of why Brad Holder, who, what, when, where, and why. The first old investigation, the militia, they had a 72-hour. It was 2 days, 1 night. Pretty much, it was like going for 72 hours. But it was during the night, a hog roast is provided. That was
Right.
on Brad Holder, his militia group's flyer, RSVP, because we need to know how many is coming. So if we need 1 or 2 hogs. So depending on how many are coming, we'll just get 1 if it's under this many. But if it's more people coming, we have to get a second hog.
Right.
They were RSVPing. So anybody that was coming to the Plan Militia bug out training, it started at Logansport, and in certain regions that were coming, they have certain areas. From like south, they have like a meetup area. North, they have like a meetup area, and then it just depending on where they wanted to go. It was to practice in a case of a shit hits the fan to do your regional meetups. Then if you had a plan bug out location, well, that plan training location, they had like agents there in Logansport, Terre Haute, certain areas, and they followed those individuals up to that planned location. From Kokomo, you see where I'm getting at? So that's why there's so many agents and state troopers, locals with the JGTF already in Delphi en masse. They were following these individuals from their planned locations. This is 2-3 days ahead out, like on their way and trip to the planned militia training from like February 10th to the 12th. Yeah, 24 hours before Delphi. And the training location was Ron's. And why do you think the Joint Terrorism Task Force at the FBI thought they had enough information years on Ron to go after him first? Look it up. It was Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Interesting.
It's the same task force that did the first and Odin investigation. But
Right.
what Todd was ordered by Jay Abbott and others above him, he was the officers like Rushville that volunteered and took the classes and training to become Joint Terrorism Task Force. Like he was pretty much keeping his regular full-time Rushville, but when the Joint Terrorism Task Force needed him, he was joint. That's the reason they make it Joint Task Force. He was a task force member, but he wasn't a full FBI agent. But when needed, he could become part of that task force with the FBI.
He was on call.
Yeah, pretty much an on-call agent.
Right.
But
okay,
it's like National Guard. When FBI needs extra hands, they can pull from trained Joint Terrorism Task Force or Bomb Task Force.
Right.
Like
so he was a reserve. He
Special
was
Victims Unit.
Yeah.
Each branch, like field office, they only have so many agents. So that's when they do joint, like Special Victims Unit. But it's a joint task force. So that's the state, locals, along with
Right.
the FBI agents, and it gives them more manpower for that.
Right.
See, yeah, long
Okay, Mike.
it's
Mike, I
a lot.
gotta ask you because it's getting late. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get out of your hair. I'm sorry, I've been bothering you all night,
Oh, you're fine.
and that's a problem of mine. I love listening. I love listening to stories. I love asking questions and provoking thought. That's my problem. Let me ask you this.
Pay attention to the screen. This word's gonna get interesting.
Yeah.
This is Linda Miller talking,
I'll
aka
let you
Linda
get.
Garlic.
I'll let you get a Linda in a second. I gotta ask because you said it. I gotta ask. And we talked about a lot of creators tonight, right? We've talked a lot about a lot of creators. This past, we know it as Spoogies, I think, is what Defense Iris calls her.
That's another thing. Like when she first came in to
is
Spoogies
pre-consent? Is Spoogies pre-consent? Are they the same people?
Yeah, it's one and the same.
Okay.
Kate.
So was it
Caitlin? She goes by Kate, but it's Caitlin.
Right. So
Starts with a K. So you see where she gets Kate out of Caitlin?
Right. So was it pre-consent who sent you the nudes, or was it?
And she gave me her email. She's like, "Well, hell, I'll take one for the team." And I was like,
"I thought so."
And I've got those emails and I've got the text messages all with her. So if she wants to call me out on my bullshit, and she was just in here. Hold on, I want to see what she put because she's in the private chat.
I'm sorry.
Bugs,
I don't mean
what's
to.
up?
I don't mean to start drama.
Because who else would want to? Yeah, who else would try to come in here? She was trying to come in as BOOGS. What's up?
Right.
I'm pretty sure that was her in the back.
Yeah, because I've seen a couple of her lives with that other
fella.
So
if she's wanting to call me out on bullshit,
no,
I showed just a few of the texts, and I crossed out her tits, her ass, and all that. And I even asked her, and she promised me the reason how she came about was from.
We're talking about pre-consent right here. Is that what we're talking about? Or Spugs?
Yep. Pre-consent, aka Shabugs. It's
okay.
The same
right,
Kate.
I follow now. Okay.
It's Kate. Let's just go with Kate.
That's
gal.
I follow.
K-A-T-E.
I follow.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes,
that's how she told me to spell it in like K-A-T-E. It's Caitlin, short for Caitlin.
Right. Okay. All right. Oh, she's sneaky then. She's sneaky.
But she was using pre-consent. That was mainly it started like pre-consent Gambies, which Gambies is now kind of God. What is her name? She's not pro state, whatever.
I know,
but that's back in criminality's chat and like her group and her.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
That's 2018. God, I have every single name and text and email. She sent at least a dozen people. If a first group of 3 or 4 girls or a couple guys, or it's mainly all chicks, and it's trying to get me to trust them. Oh, you can trust us. Give us everything you know. We need everything you know. It's like then Kate. She was using. I have a close friend of mine in the Navy, like intelligence, and I've got these exact ones where she's saying this. And if it really has something to do with needing like national security or domestic or foreign terrorism involved, like I can give everything you give me to my friend in naval intelligence. And I promise you, I can get everything. Like I can get it taken care of. And I have This is what upset me the most. Is give me a second.
Yep, I hear you.
There's no hidden agenda. There's no background communications. And I promise you, I'm here. I just want justice. And if there is this going on, I've got this friend of mine in naval intelligence that will help you.
They all say that.
But this is where before you want to get off, you want to read a few of these. This is Linda.
Well, hold on. Before we get, I'm gonna listen after I get off, and then I'll catch replay for like what I missed because it's getting late where I'm at in West Virginia. It's already almost
2:39. I'm not going to stay up too much longer.
quarter to 3. But what I will say is, if pre-consent is spugs, and again, I don't want to see them nudes, Mike. Right? I don't want to see them nudes. I don't. I've seen so many. You see enough titties in the world, and they're
And that's
like
the thing. When
a lot of them, they're big, small, they're
it
all the
irks me the
same.
worst, and what really gets under my skin, what really upsets me the most,
Right?
is you're going to brag about you dealing meth and forcing your friends to do so much drugs.
And
you were
this is
known as
pre-consent,
they
right?
named
It's
you
telling
the
you this.
Ice Meth Queen,
Right.
and you're
This
bragging
is.
about this, knowing
Can I ask
I
you?
have the same ones, and
Hey,
a lot
Mike.
of the same ones that they became good friends with. It's
Right.
scary as hell.
Right. Can I ask you? Is this This is pre-consent telling you this in their form, in Spug's form as pre-consent. This is them telling you this, right? This
And
isn't
then
Spug's.
that's before she changed pre-consent to shabugs.
Right,
But
okay.
I've got
All
her
right.
under like the texts and
Yep.
emails. Hey, this is like she gave me her name, so there's no getting around it. And then
Right.
when it's saved in my phone as Kate,
Right.
short for Caitlin,
Yep.
but in the email she's like, "Oh, my real name's." Tells me it. There's no getting out of it. There's no getting around it. There's no saying
I
that's
hear
not
ya.
me. When I
I
got
hear
your
ya.
first and last name that you gave
I hear
me,
ya.
and here's where
Yep.
I'm from. This is
Yep.
what my friends knew me as, Ice
I
Meth
hear ya.
Queen. It's concerning.
So I watch her with that dude who he's obviously bald, and he wears a hat, and he's gay. I forgot his name. She does the lives with him all the time. He's just a loser, in my opinion. But
The
I
fuck's
was just
this?
curious because there's so many people. The thing you need to know, Mike, is there's so many few people who are covered in this case anymore. Right? We got case by case. We got the prof. We got I saw Vicarious Vigilante in your. I don't mean to plug
Yeah, I
her,
see her
but
down there.
we'll give her a plug, covering the case. And I think, we all have a good, solid agreement that Richard Allen's not the guy. But at the same time, I also think that it's very fucking obvious to me that Richard Allen's not the guy, right? Like, it's not.
Yep.
But I think when you
Read
go
these
down,
as I'm playing this. Do you realize Linda Miller, her family, is not only close friends with Ashley Garth, Garrett Kurtz, but Derek, Celeste Sexton, her grandkid's half sister, Erin Unger, they were all friends with Derek and them. And this is where it's going to blow you away. In the next few, is she was listing on, she was all friends with, where was that at? Garrett Kurt. I just seen that. Give me a second. Because I was asking her and she was like, yeah, Garrett Kurtz. And she was listing all her family members that I'd find on Garrett Kurt's friends list.
right.
Aaron, Celeste.
Right.
Yeah, Linda has a lot more to hide than most, just like Tina.
Most,
Shelly?
I would agree. And hey, here, I'm going to leave you with this because I got to get off for the night because I'm getting a little tired here. But I don't need to necessarily know. I don't need to necessarily know if Daniel Pearson, goosed Shelby Hicks in the parking lot of the Buttermilk Biscuit Company and Coffee Shop.
And do you know Jessica James
happened.
Plunkett was Grano's daughter's mom?
I have heard that before. You know who told me that? Rick Snay. Rick Snay. As much as we hate Rick
guess
Snay.
who? Linda lived with Jessica's dad, like stepdad.
Okay. Yep.
She lived with him for a good while.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Linda knows a hell of a lot more, just like Tina and a bunch of these others. And they've known each other decades before Delphi even happened, before Karina. They were all family friends. And they're family and friends dealing for that same cartel.
Well, And it's like
They've
what Peggy said in the chat.
webbed.
That's where Kathy
Well,
Shank
this
works.
is one thing I'm getting at. They've webbed their family and friends, Aaron, others, killers. They've intertwined themselves within the true crime community, be it pro state, pro defense.
Yep.
And what they've done
I hear you.
is I'm trying to get to like this. This is Linda Miller, but it's Linda Garlic.
Well,
All the Linda Garlic you're saying,
I'm
that's Linda.
I'm gonna exit the chat before you go on. I just want to say thank you for having me on, and I appreciate you. And I think you have a lot of no, don't be sorry at all. I think you have a lot of great insight, and I'm glad we could talk a lot about what's going on.
Before you go,
yeah.
You've seen Amy and a few others crop, like who Tina was talking to, and remember where Tina kept talking about her daughter being there with others. They were involved. You've seen cropped out pictures, and then even on like their profiles, like for the video, and it's just cropped out pictures of who Tina Riddell was talking to, and they're saying they're investigating that uncovered this. It was Tina talking to, and all those. It was me getting it out of her, not putting up the fake stories and the fake bullshit and the fake narratives, and then boo-hoo wah stories. I'd call out for bullshit because I'd see right through the bullshit and give me the truth, and I'd have to let her know I already know what the fuck is coming. It's either you give me a little bit more,
right,
or shall I tell all your friends what you don't want heard? Oh, here, I'll tell you what you need to know. I'll tell you some more. I'll tell you some more. So not putting up with her bullshit and fake narratives and shit, but it's her that was teaching Linda and the rest of them how to do the fake narratives, the stories.
Just I haven't heard
Linda just enough.
His name in a long
but a
time.
lot of this money, gear, donations. You push enough money to a certain creator to push enough narratives and stories this way. You think they're going to go away from those stories where the money is, doing what they're asking?
Well,
keep the donations coming.
That's what Erica and Christine are doing with Robin, you know.
And here's some of the more girls.
Tell me I'm wrong, Mike. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
They're all doing it. I hate saying it. It's about content and money. A lot of them say it's for justice and for victims, and the right ones going to jail. Then why are you leaking intel, crime scene pictures, like doing all this, and you're laughing about it, giggling about it, like Julie was?
No,
giggling
absolutely.
And laughing along with creators going,
it's unacceptable.
Oh, here's two little girls we're going to talk about like being brutally murdered, but like who the hell would be doing that? That's sadistic.
It's fucked up.
Like who could laugh when talking about that?
Well, and you got
about it and laughing about it.
You got.
That's
we were
upsetting.
talking earlier.
I'm sorry.
We were talking earlier about people trading nudes to you, you know, for whatever access and all that. And just so I have the record clear, because like I'm a bit of a stark journalist myself. I do a little bit of journalism. You don't have nudes from Erica Morris or Christine or Prof. You don't have their nudes.
Thank God.
Okay, all right. I figured I'd ask, brother. You know what I mean? You know, it's a weird world we're in. It's a weird.
And the one thing why I kind of did what I did, like with I was never sequestered. I was never gagged or like under a gag order. Remember how they kept saying it was their digging, their work that built the Franks? What did I just show with doing this? And I did not violate any laws, any violations. I was never sequestered.
No
I was never under a gag order.
Hey, being in possession is different than sharing, right? Right. We're
and
not
being
talking
the
about
source. I helped build the Franks for months before it was even called the Franks.
Yeah, I hear you.
This is one thing. Curly, brown hair.
Right. Yep.
And hold on,
like
before you go, read this real quick before you go. Have you ever heard about Jarek Perry?
I have.
Remember I was reading and I was telling you about this?
Yep.
This is just a few days after the 1 year anniversary. He used his 40 cal that he used in Delphi. And how I know
Right.
he was involved with Delphi is here's some of the originals. Remember, I was telling you, I was trying to get to. I'm going to try to do this before you get off here, real quick. There's
All
this,
right.
where Shauna introduced me to Adam. Like, see
All right.
Shauna Bradfield?
I do.
This is Shauna Bradfield introducing me to Aaron Unger.
Yeah.
So Linda and Shauna Bradfield can't say who introduced me and who was in the conversation.
Right. Brad's a dangerous
It's
guy.
sick. But look up, before you go, look up AKA. I'll show this in the next couple slides, or if you look back in the videos where I was talking about Linda Miller and her child molesting grandson and his AKA, almost like his uncle,
Mm-hmm.
Stanley Reed,
Mm-hmm.
Reid, Columbus, Indiana, aka Linda and her family's slut Stan. And I've got the text where Linda was laughing. She didn't see anything wrong with him raping and molesting his underage 14-year-old girlfriend. And then how her
Jesus.
grandson, Clay,
Mm-hmm. Right.
James Sawyer Jr., did it to Aaron Unger's daughter. And this is where a lot of people aren't paying attention when it comes to this troubled community, is the dealers turned killers. Their innocent children are having things done to them, and they're having their actions, what they chose to do against ones that wronged them and their friends.
Right.
If you roll on Clay, if you push charges on Clay, then we're going to tell everything we know about you on Delphi and the other cases you know about, you're involved in. So Linda and her son and Clay,
Right.
after he raped his little sister and molested his cousins
Oh, Jesus.
and their friends and family, their neighbors, that's why they moved from Columbus up to Monticello. Then I got one of his Indiana Beach fellow employees admitting
Right.
that he raped her. No was not an option to him. I gave in. I gave up. He would not stop. She came forward, and his dad and him saying, I'm a bullshit ladder. I don't know what I'm talking about. She's a liar. And I'm like, wow. But Linda moved out of the latest, his little cousin he molested in her house, visiting her, his grandmother, did it in her house under her watch. She moved out of that house with Shauna
Right.
into James Sawyer Sr. and James Jr., their house, to protect and coddle him. But his best friend, Clayton, not Clayton, but Stanley Reed, was dating a 14-year-old girl. He was allowing to come drink and have parties with him and his family. And I have Linda and her family, Shauna, all them, Aaron, laughing about it. That's her slut, Stanley, aka Stan. That's our slut Stan.
Well, I gotta tell you, Mike, that's wild. I'm gonna follow that probably
Here,
in
before
chat
you
because
go,
I got. All right,
have you
all right.
seen these
One
yet?
more. I gotta go though.
Now, have you seen any of these yet? This is imperative. You don't
Of
think
Adam's
Richard
Congress?
Allen's? You don't think Richard Allen is the one that did it? There was others involved. They're admitting it
I don't
right
think
here.
Richard Allen did anything at all.
They're admitting it right here. This is Aaron using Adam, talking about JP, Jared Perry.
All right.
And before you go, she's admitting Jarek, JP, how the cartel will kill you, this, that, and the other. I don't know if you've read these, but if I kept snitching to the ISP, FBI, Delphi investigation, if I keep snitching, I'd have my throat slit. I'd be left in puddles like the Delphi girls in the woods.
That's a lot for me to handle. That's a lot.
I'm just saying, this is 2020, and I've got
I know, brother. Hey, listen.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to me. You stay strong. You stay head fast. All right. And you stay safe. Most
and you
importantly.
see the same ones, like their friends, like the ones that want to kill me. They've been in the chat saying what? And if
I
I was
do.
not speaking the truth,
Hey, are they leaving
Richard Allen's
bullets in your
innocent.
driveway?
Free Ricky Allen.
Are they sending you mail?
Not yet. But don't give them ideas.
Well, I'm not trying to, but have they?
But
Have they
yes,
put
I've
bullets in your
actually had
driveway?
Patrick Westfall and his Sons of Valhalla. Look up.
Oh, well, my
Oh,
goodness
do you
gracious
realize
me!
he moved to Carmel now?
Carmel, Indiana.
Yep.
Hey,
Look up
there's some
Valhalla.
there's some repossession companies out of Carmel, Indiana. They don't fuck
IRS.
around. I'll tell you right now. Yeah.
IRS. I know where I know the voice. I'm not going to say anything in the owner. There was a owner I happen to know through family. His
Right.
wife did a murder,
Oh, goodness
and
gracious me!
yeah, he owns a repo company.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, his wife did a recent murder, like not too long ago, and he got full
Oh my
custody of his
goodness.
daughter after she went to
Yeah.
prison.
Well, rightfully so. Rightfully so.
But
Hey,
right here
Michael,
is
I gotta run. I love you.
Godspeed.
You've
You have
been
a good night,
great.
man.
Hey, Godspeed to you. Thank you for a great live. Hey, all these creators, they're out of their minds. They're making t-shirts. They're trying to sell
That's another
coins
thing.
on their live streams.
Here, buy my
I won't get-
merch. Like,
Well,
that's sick.
I'll let you talk about that solo. I'm gonna get off, but I just wanted to, tell you there's a lot going on. I know you know, but it's
yeah.
crazy. It's crazy. So you be safe. You be good. Thank you for having me on your panel. I appreciate that. And I'm gonna get off, and you take care of yourself, and don't let these ice queens get in your head and be weird and be demons like they are. Block the demons, block the negative energy, and let you be you, brother. Okay, you understand? Let you be you. So I'm gonna get out of here.
You have a good night, man.
I'm gonna be in chat. You have a good night as well, sir. Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
I'm not gonna stay up too much longer.
Well, I'm just gonna, I'll be in chat no matter what. All right, sir. Thank you kindly. I'll talk to you soon.
You have a good night.
You too.
This is one thing I'm just gonna kind of go back over. There were two Good Old Boys Club. One in Lafayette that was about to start, and one in Kokomo she was talking about. She's talking about the Chinese. It's not really mafia, but it's gangs. And they're shipping it over here in ships, then loading it at piers and ports into railroad. Those trailers that go on the railroads, then transferred out of port onto a who's laughing back there? But yes, what I was saying, she was talking about the drugs, like fentanyl, the chemical to make the spice, like she was busted with in 2015. She's talking about how it was shipped in here, shipped in containers from like overseas. It would be shipped over, and certain chemical would be one. Other parts to make the spice and the drugs like she was selling, you'd have to go to two different shipping containers to get the things like she's telling you right here. This is Iron Hunger. So everybody talk about the Good Old Boys. This is the cartel dealer admitting it right here. But yeah, it's just crap. My phone's about to get. I'm gonna leave this here, and that's about where I'm gonna leave off. But it's just the main thing that's concerning more than anything is how would you know in December 2020 what David McCain had on, down to items around his like on his person, what he had on, down to an item he had around his neck, unless they were the male and female that Dave McCain passed. They'd named him by name, the others he was there with by name, then down to it was a bridge ritual. The bridge ritual Aaron Unger was talking about was forcing the girls to go south across the bridge of death, being forced down to the north, going across the river, being led up and to the north to the land of Hell, where the hellhounds awaited, like Kyle Stacy even said, wouldn't be with us when the wolves are released. His own words. Wouldn't be with us when the wolves are released. February 11th, 2017. 48 hours before the girl's blood, Libby's blood, was in an F on a tree. It was on Kyle Stacy's social media, Facebook page. There's texts and there's messages with Tina admitting to her, and she's seen them, taking pictures and video before, after, and during the Delphi double murders. Tina's admitting to this, and she's being told by Julie, Jenny, and the rest in that group, shut up. Don't let that out of this group. There's so much they don't want you to see. But like I said, I want you guys we're going to go rehash back over this. Remember where I just brought up Crystal Daly when he was up here with me? And Ryan Ebler. He's helped multiple missing and murdered cases go unsolved before killing himself, catching his girlfriend's house on fire. How many times has that the same gang, the cartel, the network have done that? Flora, Logan Sport, seem like it's a calling call of theirs. We did it. Here's our calling card. I will have what's coming to me here one day soon for speaking up on Karina McClurkin and missing murdered children. I hope this piece of shit gets what's coming to him here one day soon. She's an ICU nurse. This is Tyler Joe French, his now wife, that works at Howard County as an ICU nurse. Is this somebody you want your disabled family? Your family that's sitting on the brink of their hands? The life in her hands? This is how she cares about the disabled? This is what she thinks about the disabled? Like I said, Brittany, you realize Jenny Croom's own son, her cousin, son, is pagan? That means Jenny and Jody Posey. That means their family are what? Norse and pagan. The same religion that took the girl's life. This is the information they don't want you to know. They don't want you to see the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So many. They're criminals, the killers, the criminal networks, the families. Multiple cases. They don't want you to see that themselves, their family, their friends are going back to multiple missing murdered cases, both the killers and the victims alike. But like I said, what's been in front of so many eyes, and I've tried saying for years now, like I showed Matt Hoffman, and he hid from Andrew Baldwin. The others involved. And it's not just 1, 2, 3 cases. It's a serial killing. Hundreds of missing and murdered targeted cases. And it's by foreign terrorist organization. The cartel is a foreign terrorist organization. The cartel members that you were seeing here tonight were foreign terrorists threatening me. You had, and you've seen firsthand multiple times tonight, foreign terrorists threatening an American citizen on American soil. Kash Patel, Trump, you say you're going to fight the terrorist, the cartel, with billions of dollars and thousands of planes, helicopters, missiles, bombs outside the United States. But what happens to the American citizens, the Americans, your veterans that served your nation, getting threatened by the same exact foreign terrorists and the organizations operating in each and every state within your nation? I stood for my country, my nation, her people, under that oath. That I raised my right hand, so help me God. Now where are you all? Both Democratic and Republican alike. Hell, I even voted for you, Trump. You put Kash Patel in there. Said you're gonna fix things. You sure rather spend billions outside of the United States, but the cartel, the foreign terrorists that are operating, taking our children's life, over 50 here in Indiana alone, thousands across the United States, children, that most innocent of the innocent. Where are you all? All you politicians fighting and looking and, oh, look at me, just like this true crime community. Look at me. How can it benefit me? What's in it for me? How much money can I get? Here, buy my merchandise. Here, make sure to send me a PayPal. Go make sure to pay my way. We're coming to Indiana. Oh, make sure I need airfare and I need housing and wine dining. Make sure to donate. Well, when has it ever been about, instead of the victims and victims centered? So many has made it just what is in it for me and what can I get? What's in it for me? I swore that oath to my nation, her people. You want to know about how much I was making per drill? It was about $167, $200 for a whole drill weekend. A little bit more for 1 week. Active duty wasn't much more. It wasn't about the money. It wasn't in it for what's in it for me. I got an education. I got my GED. It got me my path to higher education. When you are making it about you and it's no longer victim centered and centered around victims, and you're making it about you, what content can I get? What more views can I get? How many more subs can I get? When you're bragging like Gray Hughes and all these content creators, this is how much money I'm making. I made $1.23 all this month. Other than this one super chat I got. And you notice I'm not sitting here begging, demanding. I'm just going to go over a few things and be like, look, when you're speaking the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, like you seen tonight, right here, live in chat, you had CJ CJNG, cartel members. You had cartel members physically in this chat saying, hey, come outside. We got something for you. You're a dead man walking. Those are foreign terrorists inside our borders, willing to put more blood on our U.S. soil, just like 9/11. How about you start acting about the foreign terrorist inside of Indiana, right here in this chat on social media? These cartel terrorists, foreign terrorists acting within our borders before you ever go outside the borders. Take care of the problem inside before you go out. These killers, these foreign terrorists want me dead. Why? Because they're killing, missing, and murdering, attacking little children, innocent children, adults alike. All to protect their operation, their money. You speak the truth, they want you dead. And like I said, when it comes to Kenneth Nix, look his case up. Like I said, look up the deputy of Howard County. Koontz, Koontz. Deputy Koontz out of Howard County. His dealer turned killer had Jeremy Dodds, Kokomo Police Department badge that he failed to report. In that. And I'm not just stopping there. The domestic terrorism suspects, the motorcycle clubs, local gangs that are not affiliated with the cartel, but many are. It's no longer just domestic. When you're giving aid protections like these creators, and they're getting funded, gear, trips, money, donations from the cartel, friends, family of the cartel to push false narratives, fake stories. I can't wait till some of these Freedom of Information Act, all the visitors, the communication logs with Ashley Garth, Ricky Davis, and so many more. Remember, you're here for truth and transparency, aren't you? Justice for one and all. How about the ones giving aid, protections, and pushing away the truth from the real killers, all in the name of content and how much money you can make while doing it? Why, for the last 10 years, a lot of you have never been about justice. It's always been, what else can we do? What else can we show? What else can we take from him and make our own? Look at us, praise us, give us your money. Just like Matt Hoffman. Remember, it was all his digging, his investigation. He was praised for. Paid how much? But in reality, he did so little. Just like Todd Click, he helped put Rick where he is. He chose to hide, cover up, disregard, go after the other parties, only where he wanted to look. And when he got involved with the Delphi defense, he pushed the same narrative, only looked at this direction. There's no sense in looking the others. The rest only look this direction. There's nothing to see over there. I've already looked over there. I've already cleared that. There's nothing to see. It made me sick when I seen him do the same thing he did in 2018, along with the agent that was over me in the FBI Indianapolis field office and that Joint Terrorism Task Force. I can't wait. I can't wait to this federal court claim. This federal lawsuit coming. If the defense don't do it, me and my legal team, I've got one of the attorneys in the Larry Nasser case, and I got multiple of the victims behind me. They exposed you once, and we're about to do it again. Indiana State Police, FBI, and the locals. That cartel terrorist network, you're no longer just a local bunch of drug dealers, gang members. You're a cartel, narco-terrorist, acting within the United States, targeting missing and murdered cases just like I was threatened yet again tonight to take my life. Well, when you're big enough, come take it. Prove me right. Just know, I've never lied. I never made anything up. And just like they showed themselves tonight, they want me dead. Why? Because I'm trying to seek justice for kids above all. And when there's people like veterans, like Patrick, Brad, that swore that oath and you're going against that oath, well, you thought the night was safe to walk in. You thought you could roam the night. We now own the night. Welcome to the Hunting Evil Army.
It was over the back seat. I told her to get her to the hospital because she was in respiratory failure. You wouldn't leave, bitch. You didn't help my granddaughter. You know who I'm talking about. The cops know. It was on video. But they won't touch you for some odd reason. They won't touch him for some odd reason. Either you left with him and Karina and then she was done in, or you took Karina somewhere and you had it done. This is where my granddaughter stood last, Kokomo. Right here. Right here in Kokomo, Indiana. She vanished in a car with a female, Paige Shirley. The police know all this. They will not act. They will not react. They won't do. And it's a shame. It's a total shame.
You're standing at the exact spot, like right over here. Right in front of you.
Okay, well,
We're going to release a balloon for Karina again.
I tied mine up to the bush.
And hopefully it won't go towards the reservoir
hopefully it don't land on the car's window.
or go up in the tree. All right. But anyway, Karina, this is for you. Grandma remembers you. You have a new baby brother. His name's Raleigh. Raleigh McClurkin. You'll never get to see him, Karina. You have a niece, Caitlin Lee. You'll never get to know. Because some dumbasses had to take you out for no reason. This is for you, baby girl.
I know I said it last night's video, but
Okay, I'm gonna end the video. If you see something, say something. If you know something, say something. Contact KPD.
Oh, wait, the car's going by it. Careful, Gary, the other way. It didn't go up. Dang it, man.
so I tied mine to the tree.
Look, stay right there.
This is exactly where I made that promise to her, and I will see to it she makes a home.